Amiatam, Natawan Rudy Ortega, Nononi Tomiar, Pasivitam, Betavitam. Atawan, Mark Villaseñor, Richard Ortega, Atawan. Hello everyone, my name is Rudy Ortega. I'm the tribal president of the Fernandeño Tataviam Band of Mission Indians. I'm with my cousin Mark Villaseñor and Richard Ortega, who are also on our tribal leadership. Today we would like to acknowledge all the first peoples, our ancestors of the land of Fernandeño Tataviam from all the villages across Los Angeles, along with our cousins, neighboring relatives of the Gabrielino Tongva and the Chumash peoples. Being that it's spring, we'd like to welcome you all and bless with the song of a bear song. Hunwut is the bear in our language, under Serrano language, and we'd like to sing that song for you. Hunwut sera sera no hunga no sera. 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 Hunwut sera sera no hunga no sera.
Welcome everyone. I'm Evan Meyer, Executive Director at Theodore Payne Foundation. Thank you for being with us here on day 3 of our Native Plant Garden Tour. We are so excited about today and we're honored to have you here. We're honored to have that bear song and land acknowledgement by President Ortega of the Fernandeño Tataviam Band of Mission Indians. And we want to recognize our Indigenous friends, partners, colleagues, whose cultures are deeply intertwined with the plants we'll be learning about today. This has been a great start and we're really excited about today. We have a lot more in store. This mission that we're supporting and talking about is so important. It's the idea that we can change our relationship with our environment and we can turn our built environment into a natural environment. We can move away from thinking of ourselves as distinct from nature, but actually being a part of it. And we'll see that in the way that these gardens are maintained. We'll hear ideas about how that's done, and we'll get practical advice, philosophical advice, and I hope that you are all with me and enjoying this. And if you're new to this idea, welcome. We're so happy to have you here. If you're a native plant gardener for many years, I hope you enjoy the beautiful footage that you'll be seeing today and that we've shown before. This is the 3rd day of the garden tour. Very exciting. Erin Johnson, my wonderful co-host, who's also our outreach manager. What did we see yesterday?
All right, so yesterday was the first full day of gardens. Yesterday, we took a look at 4 different gardens across Los Angeles, starting with Casa Apocalyptica in Mid-City. And this is a garden that has been started way back in 2012. And Chris and Corey, who live there and have been working on it, have created this very experimental, beautiful garden. If you missed any of that, we are going to be sending out links very shortly to all 3 days of the tour so that you can rewatch those or catch them if you miss them. And after we went to Casa Apocalyptica, we went over to LA State Historic Park to talk with Luis Rincon, who's the community engagement coordinator there. And this park its existence is really a testament to the power of community and grassroots organizing and really pushing for green space in the city. It was slated to be warehouses, and now it's this incredible mixed use space where people can jog, you can fly kites in the meadow, you can drink a vodka milkshake at the cafe, and then you can go to the wetlands and see beautiful birds, insects that are all thriving in the landscape that's created by the native plants that are living there. And then we jumped into a invigorating panel discussion, and we were talking about design in the built environment. And what Evan was just mentioning about how important this is, we're also creating habitat in the built environment in a metropolis like Los Angeles is a really radical idea. And it takes everyone pitching in, not only in the park strip that might be in front of your house. If you have the privilege of having space to put plants in the ground at home where you live, that's amazing, but also connecting with communities and finding other ways where you can help. This panel really jumped into equity and environmental justice and all the ways that we can connect throughout the city to create this for everyone. And then we had 2 more gardens. After that, we went to West Hollywood to look at how you can bring native plants into a formal garden design with Studio Petrichor. And they are looking at some really experimental and interesting ways to think about plant communities and microclimates and hugel cultures, all kinds of really interesting practices. And then finally, we went to LA Native Plant Source, which is another visionary garden that's taking a hyper-local approach. So we often talk about California native plants very broadly, but native plants are always connected to a place. So if we were in Florida, we'd be talking about Florida native plants. But even here, we can get hyper-local to a zip code or even more local. We have 10,000 feet of elevation between Mount Baldy and the ocean, and that creates all of these different little microclimates. And so what has happened at LA Native Plant Source is that Bruce Schwartz has decided to plant only plants that would have existed there historically. And so it's a beautiful garden under majestic oak trees. And we hope that you check all of those out if you missed any of those. So today we have 4 more gardens. If you are just joining today, we have a very amazing chat conversation going on the side. Please jump in. We want to hear about where you are, what you're thinking, and we want you to be part of imagining what LA can be. And so please jump into the chat. We have another great panel discussion today about plant care through the seasons. So if you have questions that you want to add, that you're thinking about, jot those down. That's going to happen after our first 2 gardens. And then finally, to cap off the day, we are so honored to have Professor Doug Tallamy joining us. He is an author and entomologist on the East Coast, and he has written a number of amazing books. Bringing Nature Home was the first one that really just floored all of us at TPF and inspired us. And it really shows us that what we're doing is not only local, but it's global. So we're very honored to have him joining today. And so for our first garden today, we are so excited to be going to historic Filipinotown to talk with our board president, DJ Peterson. Hi, DJ.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us.
It's great to be with you. And I've enjoyed the program tremendously. And I'm looking for the rest of the day as well.
Excellent. And
Welcome,
so DJ's garden has been on the tour a number of different times throughout the years. So hopefully some of you have seen it in person. But DJ, what's amazing about your garden is that it is literally in the middle of the city off of Beverly Boulevard. It's one of the most urban gardens on the tour. And you guys have not only incorporated natives, but also brought in a little mini citrus orchard and propagation. And so we're just going to jump in and play the promo. And then we will take a journey through your garden.
Great.
Here we go, everybody. Historic Filipinotown.
All right. So here we
Can
are.
I just say, I love this music, and I think I've maybe dreamed about it's come up in a dream. Congratulations on pulling it together.
Oh my goodness. Thank you, DJ. I know that song is haunting all of our dreams now.
I'm going to pause on that for 1 sec, because if you didn't see the live performance on Friday night, please check it out. And we're going to timestamp that. We're also going to timestamp where the musicians did a live improvised version of this theme, which was so beautiful.
Right. It was really cool. It was really, I caught that. It was really nice.
The theme of the garden tour.
There's Beverly Boulevard.
There it is. So DJ, tell us a little bit about the history of this property. It's a really interesting building in addition to garden.
Yeah, it was a doctor's office. It was built in 1950 by a woman, a gynecologist. And it was intended to be part residence and part office. And by the time we bought it in 2004, it was in very bad shape. It had been not used for a long time. The outside was just random dead plants, a ratty palm tree, just really trees that had been really abused over the years, I think. And so it was tabula rasa. We sit, like I said, right on Beverly Boulevard, about a mile west of downtown in Filipinotown. And we also have a very large parking lot in back, which has been part of the garden story. We'll get to that, I guess.
Yeah. We just were taking a look at the front, and we'll cruise to the back in a second. And you guys started this garden way back in 2004?
That's right. And you're probably looking at some lemonade berry that we planted back then. I planted a lot of lemonade berry in part for like screening for hedges, tall hedges. It's also it's great for the birds and the bees and the fruit. So we have a lot of that. You see in the background there is a Fernandeño. If you stop right there for a second, you'll see we use Fernandeño as a defensive plant because we have a lot of tagging. We had a lot of tagging, and Fernandeño's, it's itchy, and so people it stopped the tagging problem on the walls.
We did a couple of 360 videos right under that Fernandeño, and I experienced the itchy. It's so beautiful, though.
This is an upper garden. This was all concrete that my husband Dan jackhammered, and then you see the chunks that he used to build the kind of small steps.
Wow.
And just so people who are just tuning in know, we are celebrating the seasons with this tour. So we're here in winter right now. We're seeing the winter landscape as it is in its kind of anticipatory phase, getting ready for spring, which we'll see in a minute.
These little rocky areas was inspired by Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. Dan and I did a trip up there this winter, and so you'll see a lot of plants in rocks, jammed into rocks, which was really fun and beautiful.
Gorgeous. And that garden, for anybody who hasn't been, is amazing.
Yeah. Those umbrellas we got salvage from LAUSD. You see them on school grounds everywhere around LA.
Wow.
Some agaves and cacti and beautiful glass art.
A little bit of Dale Chihuly. A label from a previous garden tour that's still stuck in the soil.
And the two of you designed this together. Can you talk a little bit about how you, how that process works, how you make aesthetic decisions in the garden?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a prime example. These are some remnant signs from previous garden tours. And we killed a lot over the years. And so I created a plant cemetery. And I think part of, some of it is experimentation. Our soil in most places is really hard pan clay. And so the lemonade berry does great. The Fernandeño loves it, but other plants don't. And so we also don't have irrigation. So that was a choice. Plants that can survive without a lot of water. This is our side yard, a walkway. And this is more like a spring meadow, wildflower meadow. That was just, Ray Hartman, you'll see in a moment, just getting ready to bloom, the ceanothus.
And we can take that LA, the spring meadow, and right here, you see this negative space, which is a theme we've been coming back to.
Right.
Can you talk about that, DJ?
That's right there. That's clay that we've dug up from the ground, and we made a dry stream bed. And that's wood from a tree that was standing there that we chopped down. It was misshapen. It was breaking up the foundation of the building. And so we left the logs there, and then all around it, you'll see the mulch is the chopped up parts of the tree. So we keep all the, when we trim our trees, we keep all the mulch, we just blow it on, keep it on site. And so there you've got the hard pan clay, and you've got the wood and the log. And what I found is that the gravel and the clay chunks is great for germinating, because the seeds get stuck in between, and not the birds can't all get to them, and so it gives the plants a fighting chance. So this dry stream bed becomes a wildflower, little wildflower meadow before you know it.
And you see the Clarkia seedlings here, and
that's Clarkia.
Leaving this space to kind of flourish throughout the season is a native plant, a joy of native plant gardening, because we'll see in a minute that these little seedlings become something much more eye-catching later in the spring.
Right. There's a giant buckwheat and some cherry, Catalina cherry, that we replaced the trees, the big Brazilian peppers, with the Catalina cherry to give us a little shade, especially against the house. That's again walking down the plant. I propagate or grow up some plants in clay pots by my office door. So I like plants in pots as well. Now we're walking towards the parking lot in the back of the building and our enclosed garden, which is faces our residence. And you see the poppies there on the left, also sprouting. Catalina perfume. That's a little bit something I learned late. I don't know. I saw this at another garden on the tour under the oak trees, and I said, "Oh, this just was an inspiration." So I started planting that. And this is the kitchen garden, or the garden behind our apartment, enclosed garden. A little bit more formal space.
Apricot mallow here is a very popular plant and very easy to grow, very forgiving with pruning.
Yep, it's great on streets. I have it down on a busy street.
There's Punch.
There's Punch the cat. I think will show up a little bit later, but I love I love this the Catalina perfume, because when you just crunch the leaves in your fingers, it's just like a little treat, the smell.
It smells so good.
I killed one of these Dudleyias. I realized you're not supposed to really have it upright because the water collects. So then we planted another one, and that's why it's kind of at an angle there that grows out of the rocks. That's our Corona project. The orchard that we put in, we pulled up the parking lot, part of the parking lot, and I built some propagation benches. They're still in process here in this picture, but those are all babies that I propagated, that I just have sprouted, and I'm thinning them out. I don't want to, I want to give them away or use them somewhere else. And so I started a kind of a propagation area, which is another Corona project. You can see the saw there working on the bench process. And then you flip around, and that's the view of the city, it was just quite dramatic in our parking lot.
This is a really excellent example of just a great palette that can work in a very urban area. Can you talk about some of the plants that are there?
Yeah, this was inspired by California Botanic Garden, combining white sage with the deer grass. I saw this 20 years ago, and I wanted to replicate it. And I started punching holes in the pavement or at the edge of our parking lot. And then I put in, I sprinkled in the seeds for the desert marigold, the yellow. I saw those down at Native Sons, a nursery at the edge of their parking lot where they weren't getting any water. And I thought, okay, this is great. And so just found that, you know, around the edges, the periphery, natives do great. The poppies, they love to germinate in gravel. Gravel is great for white sage germination. This is a little baby morning glory. There's an oak tree that I just punched into the ground that I got from a friend. Every couple years around Thanksgiving is I cut back the deer grasses to the ground so they have a fresh. But there's a variety of deer grass that loves to grow in cracks, like against the wall there in our driveway.
Which is really inspiring, because you see like grasses growing in this kind of an urban context, and you think there's some weed, there's just something that just came in, and no, this is the native plant that would have been here pre-development. So that's really amazing to see that.
And down to the right of the little deer grass, you see a little mallow just is sprouting up in the cracks as well. And that's what it looked like when we bought it. You can see the graffiti, you know, covered up there. It was quite a rough property.
Quite a spectacular transformation, DJ.
But it was kind of like tabula rasa. You can see the graffiti on the wall.
Yeah, yeah. And so now we're going into the spring footage, and here is that flannel bush. Vermonted.
It just puts a smile on my face every year. There's 3 of them. And I look at how they have the different colors. I love that. And then the dry flower from last year. And then under the tree is litter. Yeah.
Look at that.
Wow.
Fireworks. That's
Absolutely.
incredible.
And how long does it bloom for, DJ?
It's about 2 weeks. It's a good 2 weeks, and then they kind of fade out, and then they have the husks, the brown husks, which are really beautiful as well. A Fernandeño do not want water. They love clay. They love hillsides. They're a great plant for a really bad, like a rough terrain, difficult spots. But you don't want to walk past it and brush it. But I like this is like a good example. You see the understory, you know, I like how some plants have grown and thrived in the understory and they move. I like how they relate to each other. They grow into each other sometimes. The Clarkias love the shade. You see a lot of leaf litter. We just keep most of the leaves on the ground. I love the leaves. That's lemonade berry.
That's great. And also really important for habitat too. There's all kinds of little tiny creatures that need that leaf litter and overwinter. A lot of butterflies and moths have larvae that will overwinter there. So leave the leaves. Yes, that's excellent.
I was excited to see this little sedum here, because these little small succulents and plants like this, you know, I noticed, DJ, going through this footage, how many little small kind of vignettes you have, like this little rockscape, and so it's really cool to see.
This is on a wall, a retaining wall, so it's basically at shoulder height, and so you can walk past it. And Dan put it there so you can kind of like get that little, you know, close-up look, a little vignette.
There's another vignette.
You guys did a great job with the photography. You're making it look really good.
It's beautiful. And DJ, you know, I've had the opportunity to see your garden on the tour before in person, but getting to spend this time, you know, those little vignettes, I noticed only because I had set up the 360 camera and I was hiding behind the retaining wall so that I wouldn't be in the 360 footage. And then I was like, oh my gosh, look at these little tiny.
That pathway there used to be, we had steps, but then we went hiking in Santa Rosa Island and up this clay hill, and Dan decided, well, I'm going to replicate that kind of just that bare clay walk path up the hill. So that's why it looks that way. And you see the plants are just kind of growing into it. They kind of let them go. See how they're just kind of, I like how they just kind of like relate to each other and they grow into each other and the different colors and the different textures. Typically inspired by nature.
The pink flowering sumac, what a plant.
We have a couple of those. They're rare. It's so fun to look at the plants, the flowers up close.
Yeah, this is related to lemonade berry and sugar bush, but it's the Baja Desert version, Bruce lentii, for those who are asking for scientific names. We have this one pretty regularly at the nursery. It's pretty uncommon though, and it's a rare plant, as DJ mentioned. How about the windmill?
Yeah, the windmill, I grew up with sculpture, and after the garden grew in, I thought we should have some sculpture. And so we just put this windmill. It's totally artificial, but it's so fun just to watch it spin in the afternoon, sitting in the upper garden. There's a big berry manzanita. It sat there for many years doing nothing, and then a couple of years ago it just started growing like crazy. And I think that's kind of an interesting drama with natives. Sometimes they just sit for a long time and then they figure the situation out. And that pose bib was inspired by Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. That was another little Corona project. Little part of our
great.
sculpture.
I love those.
Yeah. Dan designed the furniture.
Yeah, I think you asked me, DJ, at one point if I had a lead on antique hoses, and I was like, that's a question I've never gotten before.
It's for those hose bibs.
Vintage hoses.
That's the salvia is point sal. And it just grows great under plants. It just keeps spreading. Sometimes we find rocks on hikes, or it's on the side of the road, erosion, and we pick them up and take them. Dan uses like also them to just kind of as a prop for plants. You don't step on them. That's a random white sage that's growing in the gravel. And so a baby. And so we wanted to protect it, highlight it, so to speak.
Little baby volunteer.
We have so many of those. They really do love this gravel. It's a great place to sow seeds. And then, of course, you have the downtown.
Can you talk
This is
sorry, go ahead.
This is Vermontodendron Ken Taylor. It's blooming now. It's about a month later. It's a much yellow flower. It's a low spreading. It's so beautiful, so bright. Our cat loves pouncing around in the grasses. It's like very much savanna. Chaparral is very at home in the garden.
I wanted to ask DJ, since you are in a very urban part of the city, as the garden is growing in, what have you noticed with kind of wildlife and birds and that?
Skunks. We have so many skunks. I think we're the only really plot of land in our neighborhood where the soil is really activated. And so we have grubs, and we get dozens of skunks a year that we typically remove and to an undisclosed location. We trap and remove because they really dig and they really go after the fresh plants that you just put in the ground. But we have a lot of skunks, possums, raccoons. Every once in a while, we'll see a hawk circling overhead. I'm hoping to see an owl soon. Lots of birds, of course, and the bees. I'm getting better at identifying those. That's just a hawthorn, that legacy hawthorn that's probably been there for 50 years. And it's a nice hedge blocking the parking lot next door. So I kept it.
Yeah,
we saw a lot of bees, DJ. Some huge carpenter bees, and which was great to see. Yeah,
but I've been planting around it. There's a lemonade berry kind of we're using as a hedge. That I propagated that grew up on the site. You should put these in your mouth and chew on these. They're amazing. They're like little sweet tarts or flavor bombs. If anybody has an idea of how to make, I'm curious if you can make a syrup or a flavoring with these. They're so amazing. That's my favorite baby blue eyes. I sprinkled a few seeds and every year they come back, just a few of them, and they're just so like happy.
So farewell to spring, which blooms so early this year because we had a good dry year, but beautiful.
Yeah. I like the Clarkia, poppy, and desert marigold combination, the orange, yellow, and purple. And they grow every year.
Yeah, Scott's just putting in the chat the India hawthorn Rhaphilepis. That's a common landscape plant, but I think it shows that you don't need to be puritanical. You know, if you have something you like that's not native, that's okay. Just kind of add around it, and over time you might find a reason to replace it. At least my philosophy, at least.
Yeah, and I harvest the seeds now of the wildflowers. So many of them reseed in the ground already, so then I put them elsewhere or give them to friends. I seed bombed. There was a dead plot of land down the street that I seed bombed with Clarkia, and it's now blooming this year by some steps in the neighborhood. That's Anacapa pink, the morning glory. That reseeds really easy. It grows every year, really easy. You can hack it way back. It's great screen. Always flowering. No water.
So beautiful. And growing there in combination. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just saying it insinuates itself in the fence. There you caught the Ray Hartman on the best day.
Oh my gosh.
Just when it blooms, it's so bright. It's so intense. And it's like buzzing with bees. It's just vibrating.
Wow.
Beautiful.
That's why they call it California lilac. Although it's not even remotely related to the lilac of the East Coast, but it looks very similar, as you can see there.
We've harvested the kumquats by this time. So we have natives in pots. We're trying some to attract the monarchs. We're putting in some of the milkweed to see if that grows. We've never done that before.
Oh, great.
Trying to pay attention a little bit more now to the critters, since the plants are pretty much mature.
We talked yesterday about how those animals, the insects, are kind of another layer of interest and complexity in the garden space, attracting bees.
Those are some rushes. I think we saw it Win Wilson in a pot at her garden, and we decided we wanted to put rushes in a pot. It's a fairy duster from Arizona, I believe, a rare fairy duster. Look out to the propagation bench, now completed. We brought some bird houses, bluebird houses.
Oh.
We'll see if we get some tenants. There's a tomato plant. I'm trying tomatoes this year for the first time.
Nice.
There's some of the baby, the white sage that I dug up.
You get a lot of, so these were all volunteers.
Yeah, just everywhere.
Wow. It's a good sign that they're happy where they are.
Exactly.
Such a beautiful composition, the Dudleya there.
Yeah, deergrass does not like to be stepped on, so it's not really good for parkways. You have to put you have to put things around it to keep people until it gets established. But on the edge of a parking lot, it's great. I love this. These go all summer, no water, and then they reseed. Marigold. And I collect the seeds, but you can see the dry seed head there. It's really easy. It's fun. It's like a little fall thing that you do. You know, it's like a September, October project.
Poppies in the city.
Yeah.
And wildflowers were was kind of your entry point into this world, right, DJ?
Yeah. When I moved to LA, I was like, I wanted to experience Southern California. I was from the East Coast, like Evan from New England. And somebody said, call the wildflower hotline, which I did, which I always love. I love the wildflower hotline. And so I just started going out and visiting. And, at the end of the day, a lot of the, what you see is really inspired by hikes in nature or to our botanic gardens or the TPF gardens. It's really, that's where the inspiration comes from. No plan, really.
So beautiful, DJ. Thank you for sharing your garden. And again, DJ is the board president, so he has done so much work for this organization. And during his tenure,
it's an honor.
It's grown by leaps and bounds. So many thanks, DJ. Any final
congratulations on a great tour. It's been so fun to watch. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day, and certainly Doug's talk. He's really inspiring. I'm going to learn something more today, I know.
Oh, thank you, DJ.
Have a great day, everybody.
Thanks, DJ.
Bye-bye.
Okay, well, I am inspired. That's a great way to start. And we have a lot more in store for today. We're going to head across the city. Well, no, actually, from Filipinotown, where are we going? We're driving north, I guess, heading to Northeast LA. Erin, where are we going next? And can you introduce our hosts?
All right. So next up, we are headed to the Audubon Center at Debs Park. And for anyone who hasn't been to Debs before, it's more than 200 acres. And the Audubon Center sits on about 17 acres. And we've got Marcos Trinidad, the center director, here today. Hey, Marcos. And Mika Perron, who is the volunteer coordinator. Hey, Mika. Hi, welcome you guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for inviting us. We're super excited. And that was a great tour of DJ's garden. That was awesome.
Cool. We're gonna jump in and play the promo and then we'll get into it.
Awesome.
Okay, here we go.
We also love the song.
We're kind of framing where we are here, Marcos, Mika, in the winter landscape. Where is Debs actually located, Debs Park?
So we are located technically Montecito Heights in the Northeast Los Angeles area, right around Highland Park. And like Erin mentioned, we manage just 17 acres of Debs Park, but the entire park is actually 282 acres. So it's a huge park. It stretches all the way into the El Sereno area in East LA. And our focus here at the center is really restoring habitat for birds and for other wildlife in the park. We also do a lot of work along the Los Angeles River. And then more broadly, our goal at the center is really just restoring the connection between people and the land in Los Angeles. So we have a very people-focused approach to our work because of our very urban setting. Here we're kind of walking into our courtyard area at the center. This is where we have a lot of community events. And we offer a wide variety of programs. Again, the goal of all of our programs is really just to provide opportunity to come out and to enjoy the space and connect with nature in whatever way feels right to you. We try to not be too prescriptive in terms of how to use this space, whether it's going on a bird walk or just sitting and enjoying the beauty that is Debs Park. We kind of want to recognize that all uses of the space are valid. And yeah, it's just a really awesome space to offer a really wide variety of programs.
And as you can see, it's what we like to think, it's a great combination of the built environment, but also looking at how to actually engage with native plants. There are not a lot of spaces that exist in Los Angeles where it's just like, hey, you know what, here, it's kind of a somewhat controlled environment because we built the center around the landscape. But you can also go out and climb some of the trees that exist there and look around and you know, kind of scratch and sniff.
And here we're walking into our children's woodland area, which is a really cool space at the center. It was developed 100% in partnership with the local indigenous community. So we're on Tongva land in Northeast Los Angeles. And we were able to work with a number of community members to really co-create this space. I don't know if it's frozen on everyone else's end.
I paused it just to give us a little bit of time, because I think Marcos described and Mika, you're just getting into that, but the relationship with the indigenous community to build this key, and we could talk about kind of what a key is and what that process was like for a second.
Yeah, well, so it was a lot of us really, I think, getting into a space that we're able to reach out to the local indigenous community and ask them about a project, about a partnership of replicating something that they would like to show the community. And, you know, the process was a very long process, because big organizations like Audubon were traditionally not set up to work with individuals or a small organization or anything like that. So it was a lot of, you know, us being able to partner in a really meaningful way to kind of set each other up to work with each other ongoing. So the process was great. You know, really just getting folks out. I mean, everything from the design of the actual space. You can't see it, but there's a mural behind the key. And
start the video again, see if we get there. I can't.
Really getting to it, you know, the Tongva muralist that was coming out and just really capturing that. I guess we don't go too close to the mural.
You'll have to go see it in person, but such an important project. And as we're heading into this kind of natural vegetation here, of course, this is the landscape of the Tongva. So the fact that you've honored that is beautiful. Yeah,
and it really gets to a point where kids can actually run around in this, and they cut through a lot of the trails, and you know, we always advise not to, but it's not like something we're really, you know, shaking our fingers at.
And there you just saw a little pump. So that actually pumps water down through this little rock formation, which mimics the shape and flow of the Arroyo Seco, which is right across the street from the center. It's a tributary of the LA River. So our work is definitely very place-based, and we try to be as intentional as possible when it comes to that. And now we're actually down by our nursery.
So this is the Flores Trail. It was actually named after Karen Flores, who was a staff member of ours. And a lot of folks know her from FOLAR, Friends of LA River, but was a huge advocate for the LA River. So here's a great example of going from that built environment, the center, going down a trail and really being able to have that experience of going into an open space. And this is where we go into the Los Nogales Native Plant Nursery, where we do all of our growing. So you can see our cages. We have some containers there. I think we had grasses at that time. And this is just really, you know, what we're doing, what we try to have available for our community members to really participate in every stage of restoration. So the idea is not just restoring the land, but also restoring that connection from people back to the land.
So important. And we talked yesterday about community engagement and getting connected, and people who don't have the privilege of having their own space to garden in, and we kind of landed on, there's a lot of opportunities to volunteer. The Debs Park, the Theodore Payne Foundation, we went to State Historic Park yesterday. So particularly as the pandemic comes to an end, that's just a great way to get involved with this. There's a lot of opportunities. And even if you have a garden, but you're kind of done with it, or it's in a static place, go, keep going, go somewhere else.
Yeah, come out and either get some inspiration or bring some inspiration.
Some of the baby coast live oak there.
So cute.
So the two main tree species that we grow in our nursery and plant out at the park are the coast live oak and then the California black walnut. And we'll see a bunch more really beautiful shots of the walnut throughout this.
Yeah, you guys are like the walnut. It's like the walnut mecca. There's just like beautiful walnuts on your.
And it's interesting because there was some time. Oh well, here we're going through. There's some laurel sumac, some prickly pear. We have some deer grass, some sage as well. There's hummingbird, sage, white sage, some black sage, and some yucca. What I was talking about just about the walnuts, I think, throughout the drought, a lot of folks were coming out and just commenting on all the dead. I'm going to do dead walnuts. But we end up finding out in the past 3 years that a lot of those walnuts were not actually dead. A lot of the branches died back, but the root were still alive, and now they're sprouting. This is one of our larger walnut tree specimens, which you could see, like you were mentioning earlier, Evan, that springtime is coming a lot earlier for some of these plants, and for the walnut, they were already leafing out during the this moment when we were taking this footage.
Yeah, January. It was a funky year for sure.
So this is one of the mature oak trees that we have, and that was down by the Flores Trail. Again, this is the Flores Trail as well.
And again, theme leaving stuff on the ground. We wanted to share that.
Yeah, just really how we look at the maintenance of the space, and showing people that it's okay to leave some of this stuff down, that it all creates habitat, and really break that mindset of what a well manicured place looks like. You could see a lot of these plants are doing well and they're mature, but if you were able to look closer, I think this is the Encilia that's to the right. Those are the dried pieces of that Encilia that were last season's flowers. We don't deadhead anything. We don't remove any flower after it dies, because it's really eliminating that cycle. And for us, we're trying to teach folks to really love the cycle and everything that the native plants are providing. That becomes nesting material, it becomes shelter, it becomes habitat, and also food. As a lot of these flowers dry, they produce seed. So we really hit that point that you have to love the crust of the bread as well. We don't want to paint an unrealistic picture of what native plants look like.
Yeah, it's reframing the aesthetic that people have. And here we are out in the larger park, I believe.
Yeah, so these are up on some of the trails in Debs Park. We don't manage this area, but we do, use this area for our programming and encourage folks to go and explore. As you can see, we're really just in the heart of Northeast LA here. There's Highland Park. And in the background, you can see some of the San Gabriel Mountains and the Verdugo Hills. And the park is really widely used by the community. It's a super valuable resource, in terms of physical and mental health, and just really providing a really beautiful space that people can access, just kind of in their backyard. Again, there's the beautiful hills in the background. There's really, really nice views all throughout the park. And just in terms of kind of, touching again on our unique urban location and how it really shapes our work, we really try to take a very holistic approach where we are, simultaneously working to protect, our plants and our animals and our birds, as well as our local human communities. And we do as much as we can to, really advocate for our local communities, just in terms of, building this network of community stewards. It's not going to be a very sustainable conservation strategy if we're not taking into account, the surrounding community and building this network of stewards. So that's really kind of the philosophy behind our work. Here you see some of the wild cucumber that's starting to crawl up with that walnut there. And it's really one of the kind of first signs that spring is just around the corner. So it's always exciting to see. I love the park in all seasons, but I especially love it when it gets, all green and lush and beautiful. And it really feels like this like oasis in the middle of the city. So it's always, an exciting sign. More hikers.
And it was awesome to hear that one of the activities that you could do during the pandemic was to go, one of the recommended activities was to go bird watching.
And the birds here perched up on this hill, you just are eye to eye with these soaring birds across the city.
And it's just like, you could see those shots of downtown. It's really showing you how close this space is to Los Angeles, downtown LA. And I know, like, for a lot of folks that are coming from outside of California or that are not from Los Angeles, typically don't have this idea or this vision that this is Los Angeles. They don't think of nature when they're thinking of LA. And what we try to do is really change that idea that, nature does exist. It is very different, but you can find pockets of nature like this. This is the 4th largest park in Los Angeles. So it's not even the largest park. And to think that, there are 3 other parks that are larger and have open space and that have another opportunity for our community to go and visit. So here we're coming up on the backside of Debs Park, and this is from the Monterey Road entrance, and so that huge trail going up to Peanut Lake. And again, when folks see this or they'll see an Instagram picture, I'm constantly reading comments like, where is this? It is man-made. The park does fill it with city water, but it does support a lot of habitat in this space. And again, another shot of downtown and how close this space really is. And folks coming out here just to get a break from that city life. And here we go. This is generally what you'll see when you walk up. There are a number of birds that are up here. The pines that are here are typically a great spot for to catch a lot of warblers as they're migrating through. We have great horned owls that are up in these pines, as well as song sparrows around the pond as well.
Do you guys have any tips for people who are just getting into birding?
Oh, we do. Mika can share with you all the wonderful things. I know on our Instagram we have a lot of resources, but
yeah, we actually just put out like on our Instagram stories highlights a birding 101 kind of tips
awesome.
series, so everyone should go check it out. But I guess my initial tip would just be go out and get started. I think it can be kind of intimidating, the whole birder culture, but it really doesn't have to be. And if you're just going out and you're looking for birds, then we like to call it like you're a birder. So yeah.
Well, and the thing about birds is, like, birds, that one wild animal you say that we interact with every day. I mean, you would literally have to lock yourself up in a room with no windows to really not see or hear a bird. So it's pretty awesome that this is here.
Now we're in spring in Debs Park. So we're back down at our Los Nogales nursery here. In a second, you'll get to see a couple of our regular volunteers at the center. So like we mentioned, volunteers have just been really essential. We're a small team of 3 at the center, so we really couldn't do the work that we do without the help of volunteers and with community partners. And this is just a really great space to engage our community. And they are really like experts. Like, a lot of them have been here for longer than I've been working at the center, almost like 10 years, some of them. So they really are very connected to the space and to the land in the park.
And they definitely make the rounds. So you might notice some faces because they may have volunteered at Theodore Payne or Tree People or Northeast Trees. They definitely get out and help our network.
And
So,
here you see them moving them from the flats into those containers that we were talking
so
about.
for everybody who's kind of come to the nursery and bought the normal standard gallon size pots, these look a little different. Can you talk about why you're growing this way?
Yes. So majority of pretty much all these plants are going to restoration sites. So you could see that's a gallon cone. And what it really is, it's to maximize growing space within the nursery, but also to encourage these really deep roots. These are going to go in, and what we're looking at is being able to plant as many as we can out there. We do our initial watering, but really we don't get out to the restoration sites as consistently as we'd like. So that deep root is really important for us to make sure that we're encouraging.
Yeah, here's a California wild rose. I think that cone deep taproot is really cool. I've been interested in trying to maybe make those available to the public through Theodore Payne. So if you would want to try to grow a plant like that and at your home garden, please let us know in the chat. And I can convince our growers we should do it.
Yeah, and it's great in terms of just the space that you're able to save when you are growing. I know with our nursery, our capacity is anywhere from 6,000 to 7,500 plants that we can grow. If we were growing only with containers, it would, at least double that size.
Wow.
Bring the cones. Thanks, Mary.
There you go.
Yeah.
And you guys recently did a big donation too of plants to the community, right?
We did. Part of what we really like to encourage. I mean, once again, we look at how native plants are available and the fact that we're able to have the privilege to talk about all these native plants and do that. But really what it comes down to the barriers that our communities face is, one, the price, and then accessibility. If they're not at Home Depot or Lowe's or some of the local gardens, they don't get to see them. So what we do is we make sure we're doing the outreach that we can, and then we give them starter packets. So anywhere from
nice.
4 to 6 plants in this packet, and they're packages that will encourage pollinators or birds. And yeah, it was great. I think we gave over 300 native plants.
Wow.
And a ton of seed that was provided by Metabolic Studios. So native plant seed. It was a wonderful project.
Awesome.
Here's the Flores Trail, but you're looking at in the opposite direction. So there are the more mature coast live oak, and get some penstemon, and behind the oak, that is a berm that we have where all of our water that's collected in our courtyard that you saw pictures of is directed to that site. So we're able to harvest that water.
That was a fuchsia flowered currant right there. Wonderful plant for the understory of oaks. We saw that yesterday at Bruce Schwartz's garden, which is quite close to here in Highland Park. And that really local palette, that's kind of what you guys use as well. Everything you're growing is super local.
Everything that we're growing has either been collected on site or within the watershed.
This golden currant, awesome plant. Yeah, and I know it's been interesting, the conversations over the last couple of days. People are really honing in on this hyper local as kind of a branch of native plant gardening that is really environmentally a pretty good choice to make.
Yeah, and there's so many reasons why you would want to focus on that, but really what it gets down to is what people are going to be interested in. and I think folks, as I always say, native plants, it's the gateway drug into conservation and environmentalism. The more you learn, the more you start to hone in on what you want your impact to be.
Definitely. We saw this sycamore in the winter time, and it was deciduous, so it loses its leaves. Here it is leafed out again. the water and the sycamore here kind of has some significance. Could you guys talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so the sycamore here, typically you wouldn't find a sycamore up in the hills of Debs Park, but we were able to kind of build this habitat here that, you know, kind of mimics a riparian habitat, like what you would find down along the river and its tributaries. So again, it's this very place-based approach. And here we're kind of panning over to some black walnuts. Did you want to talk about
what's cool about this, so the whole courtyard was planted with sycamore. We had a sycamore right behind that walnut that did not do well and end up dying, and we had it removed. And those two that you can see in the back there, walnuts, were volunteers, and they are thriving and doing extremely well. Both of those tree specimens are less than 5 years old. So you can tell just how big, you know, and how fast they're growing when they get to pick and choose where they want to be.
5 years old?
That's amazing.
Yeah, and there's
Wow.
one that's at least 20 feet tall.
That's amazing.
And I guess here I get to take a moment to talk a little bit about the building. I saw someone was asking if we were open. So unfortunately, we have been closed to the public for a little over a year now due to COVID, and then also due to some construction, really exciting construction that's taking place right now. Actually, we're replacing all of our roofs and our solar power system. So when the center was built in 2003, it was actually the first LEED Platinum certified building in the entire country. But now, you know, we're more than 20 years later and those systems, you know, need a little bit of updating. So we're kind of in the process of revamping that entire solar power system, which is really exciting. It's been many years in the works. So we're hoping to reopen to the public in early June, and we'll be able to function at a much higher capacity than we were able to in the past with some unreliable power. But yeah, we're really, really excited to welcome everyone back. And even when the center's been closed, all the trails in Debs Park have remained open. And here you see some of the California wild grapevines that kind of decorate all of our awnings in the center. As we get more into the summer months, they really start to fill in a lot more and they produce a ton of grapes. We're always like having to clean up all the grapes off the pavers and everything because there's just a bunch of them falling everywhere. We actually had a volunteer that made some jam out of them. So by themselves, they're a little tart, but if you add a little sugar, they're pretty good.
You need to take them down to Luis.
Yeah, that's just Luis
and
makes
here,
wine.
this whole awning would typically this summer be covered in grapes. So it actually provides a lot of shade. So it's, you know, both function and beauty in one.
Yeah, even today, if you were to go to the center now, all of this whole bridge is now green.
Wow.
So the grapes had a little, I guess, a later start as I guess in comparison to a lot of the other plants that were here. Like these sycamores are just.
That's it. I mean,
yeah, it's a whole
seasonality
other.
of all this is really interesting because it's like we had kind of a dry winter and then it was kind of cool, and so grapes are going to want wet and hot to really start growing. So
yeah,
some of the fun of native plants is you can read the seasons with them.
I saw someone had a question about the solar power. So we're actually partnering with Grid Alternatives, which is a nonprofit organization that's really working to make solar power more accessible. And they do a lot of awesome work providing job training opportunities. So it's been a really great experience to be able to partner with them on this project.
Blue-eyed grass.
Yeah,
these are really nice.
Like it just looks like an airbrush painting.
Yeah, I hope everyone is kind of drinking in the footage this weekend and like you can close your eyes and just see all these beautiful places of our city. It's really amazing.
Yeah, and like again, specifically with Debs Park, this is a space that you can come to when we open in June, and just hang out and be a part of, you know, the programming that we have, that we offer. It is definitely a place that the community has made home and has really been a part of, because we open the doors in a way that allows the community to be involved in every department and aspect of what we do. So we're really happy about that.
Well, we've been talking about visions, and Marcos did an amazing panel on Friday night about visions of Los Angeles and how we can think about the future of the city and where we want it to go. And I think Debs Park is already kind of out there in that visionary space. So we really appreciate Marcos and Mika, you guys being here. Any final words before we move on to our next piece of the tour here?
Just thank you for including us, including Debs Park in the tour. I think it's really exciting what's going on. And again, everyone that is watching, get out and experience some of these places. We'd love to see you in the center. We're super eager to be around people again and have these conversations.
Yeah, we can't wait to welcome everyone back, and thank you so much for having us.
Thank you guys for being here. It's an honor to have you. But so we're just a few minutes behind our schedule here, which is totally fine because it's Sunday and you can watch it later if you need to leave a little early. We'll have it all archived for you on YouTube, everything that's happening right now. We're going to take a minute to check in with our board of directors who provide so much support to the foundation in many ways. And I want to just bring up David Spiro to just kind of say hi for a second and just kind of connect with the perspective of our board of directors for a minute. Hi, David.
Hi everyone. Oh, this is Lola. She wants to be part of it too.
Aww.
Anyway, I'm David Spiro. I'm a relatively new board member of the Theodore Payne Foundation, and I hope you're enjoying this revamped tour as much as I am. I'm no native plant expert, although I've been gardening with native plants for more than 25 years. And this weekend, I've learned to notice new things. Like this morning, I went out and looked at the bees around the flannel bush and looked at the bees that were pollinating the flowers of the tangerine tree. And they really are different. I had no idea until this weekend. And I really also like this new format, especially the way it combines the inspiration we get from looking at these beautiful gardens with these important discussions about social and environmental justice. And I'm going to admit that I really like the format because there's almost nothing I like less than getting in my car on the weekend and navigating LA sprawl. So, but still, I'm looking forward to next year when we can do this in person and we can visit native gardens in the flesh. And speaking of looking forward, here comes the pitch, people. I want to acknowledge the leadership of our board president, DJ Peterson, whose gorgeous garden we visited first thing this morning. For a while, Evan and the staff have had some important projects and ideas ready to go, but there's just been one obstacle, and that obstacle, of course, has been money. So recently, DJ issued a challenge to the board to increase our giving and help get these projects off the ground. Yeah, okay, Lola. And the members of the board responded with more than $58,000. So now we're taking the challenge to you. If we can raise another $58,000 from our community of members and supporters and customers, there's a lot we can do. For instance, you've heard Evan talk about the new bulb house that's going to be built on the foundation grounds. There, the staff will collect and conserve rare California bulbs. And this will be our first propagation facility that's also an educational center open to the public. So I'm really looking forward to that. You've heard from our partners like East Yards Communities for Environmental Justice, and just now the Audubon Center at Debs Park, and yesterday, LA State Historic Park, about the need to bring the healing power of native plants to people who live in urban and built up and frankly toxic environments. Janet Valenzuela from East Yards and Luis Rincon from the LA State Historic Park are both powerful new voices on our board for changing the way things get done. And we also want to lift up people who work in the landscape industry by providing training and skills in native plant gardening and maintenance so they can earn a living wage and maybe even start their own businesses. What all these projects have in common is one goal: to enable everyone in LA to live, learn, and work in a healthier, more beautiful, and really more sustainable environment. So the link to donate, someone put it in the chat. The link to donate is in the chat box and on our website. Thank you, Katie. Patagonia in Pasadena has donated a bunch of goodies that you'll be eligible to win if you donate, when you donate. But the real reason to give is because this work is important, it's necessary, and the time to get it started is now. So thank you for your support, and let's get back to the tour.
Thank you, David. That was beautiful and inspiring. And I want to thank everyone who has supported us, which are many of you over the years, being members, shopping at the nursery, buying garden tour tickets, taking classes, and making tax-deductible donations. It's an honor to be a steward of those resources and to try to utilize them to improve the environment and the community of Los Angeles. So thank you, David, and thanks to all of you. Okay, we're going to switch gears now and head into a discussion that I think there will be a lot of audience questions for, and we'll try to get to as many of them as we can. As we know, the theme of this year's tour is a journey through place and time and place. So time being an element, the seasons, how does it change? How do professional horticulturists do things throughout the year? And that is the conversation we're about to have with three amazing, brilliant horticulturists who have tons of experience, and they're all gonna have different perspectives. And that's okay. Everyone does things a little differently. So we're gonna have this led by our very own Katie Tilford moderating the conversation. She has worked in our sales here, so she has answered many of these questions herself. So I think she'll be a great person to funnel the chat and the Instagram questions that came in last night, which there were a lot. So I'm going to pass it over to Katie and our panel of plant care through the seasons.
Thanks so much, Evan. So hi guys, say hi in the chat if you've bought a plant from me before. So before we start, I want to kind of set the scene. As we're all aware as native plant freaks, if you walk into your local garden center or your local nursery, you might not even see any native plants. And if you turn on the Home and Garden channel and see people making over their house and their yard, no one ever talks about native plants. And so garden professionals who understand native plants and habitats, it's kind of considered a specialty. Which is a systemic issue, that's not considered the default, or like it's considered something rare and hard to find. So I think you guys are kind of superheroes for like working every day to change this system from the inside. And let's start off with your superhero origin story. How did you guys get started working with native plants? And let's start with Brandy. And be sure to unmute yourself.
Hello, sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Brandy Williams. I am owner, founder, director, creative designer, everything of Garden Butterfly, which is a small business and a specialty landscape company. I'm originally from Compton, California, but based in South Central Los Angeles. My purpose is to encourage people to create a space at their home to provide for pollinators and also for themselves. And I believe that one of my superpowers is, yes, I create a beautiful works of art with succulents, but it's connecting people with plants and with the environment, and particularly people within my community, and just letting them know, this isn't new to us. Even though you do not see many of us on a professional level within the landscaping and environmental conservation field, we are here. We have contributed to this industry, and we need to, just reevaluate what we've done and just get back into that. And also just to encourage people within my community and neighborhood to plant succulents, drought tolerant plants, and also the California native.
Awesome. Thanks, Brandy. Let's go on over to Emerson next. Introduce yourself and how you got into native plant work.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emerson Funes, and I began working with native plants at an early age. I'd say when I was maybe 8 years old, I began helping my father at the Gottlieb Native Garden, pull weeds and clean around. As I got older, I started learning new things and started learning the importance of using native plants and how it helps sustain our environment and help support our wild habitat. And here I am, still learning and keep growing. And yeah, thanks for having me here.
For sure. Thanks, Emerson. And Max, how about you?
Hi, everyone. I'm Max Kanter, the founder and co-owner of Saturate. And Saturate started 5 years ago as a service model to help homeowners adapt their landscapes to ones that use less water, provide for local habitat, using primarily native plants with a focus on maintenance. And so I got into native plants with a couple of mentors who've been working with native plants, and also through the Theodore Payne Foundation. And one of the things that I learned in the process of learning about native plants and native gardens in Southern California is the lack of services available to help people who want to have native plants in their gardens. And so that really inspired me. I'm an entrepreneur, and I wanted to create this service model and help homeowners, and also provide people with jobs, well-paid jobs that allow them to thrive here in our expensive, glamorous city, and try to create that symbiotic relationship between the gardener and the homeowner, and the landscape itself. So, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. I think something kind of everyone has in common is like, we don't start with native plants as a default. Like, you kind of have to have a learning experience, or someone has to kind of wake you up or teach you. Except maybe Emerson, like learning since you were 8 sounds really cool.
Yeah,
and just growing up that way. Yeah. And by the way, in case anyone's not familiar, Emerson works at the Gottlieb Native Garden, and that's going to be where we're going around 12:15 later today in Beverly Hills. But okay, so now let's talk about the seasons. So probably a lot of people watching this in the chat, you've had a surprising experience where you did nothing all winter, and then you go to plant in spring, and then maybe all your plants just shriveled up in the summer. So let's get into what the reason for that is, or like, how do you guys understand our seasons in Southern California? Is it something different from what people might have been taught, or what they might already know? Who wants to go first? Brandy, let's go.
Well, actually, when I first got into the industry professionally, I was always told that we live in a desert. So we're on the coastal areas of California. So I was like, okay, we live in the desert. We have to plant. I'm going to have to plant a lot of cacti and just strictly succulents. But then doing my own research, I learned that no, we are in a Mediterranean climate, and that is what makes us different and unique. We are here, hot summers, hot, dry summers and wet winters. We are one of the 5 regions of the world who share those climates. So with that, within my business model, I said, okay, I can pull plants from South Africa that are non-invasive, some of the plants from the South areas, the Western and South Australia, also Western Chile and Mexico, and around the Mediterranean climate. So like those lavenders, the lavender that does well here too. So initially, that is how I started to design, and just to design my yard. Then I later learned that you can incorporate some California natives. Some people were saying, no, Brandy girl, you can't do that. But I was like, yes, you can. And, if you plant if you choose the plants and plant them accordingly, and you water them, give them the appropriate amount of water, they will do fine. Now, not all natives, work well with those, but because we're in the Mediterranean climate, that makes us different. So.
Yeah, I totally agree with Brandy. I actually grew up in the low deserts of Arizona, a real true desert, much like the low deserts here in California, out in the Coachella Valley. And, on the other side of the hill, on the coastal side, we have, and I like to think of the seasons as wet, cool, short, wet, cool season, the rainy season, and then the long dry period. And in the long dry period, which we're heading into right now, we do have a nice sort of transitional spring where we get some mist, some dew, we get a lot of that fog influence, like June gloom, if you will. And then we head into the long dry summers. And it seems like now there's kind of Santa Ana events occurring all year long. There's one happening right now outside. I don't know if it's windy where you all are. But I think it's really important to remember the rainy season. And every time I hear people who talk about our climate say it never rains in LA, I'm like, well, some years we get less rain and others we get a lot of rain. And that's another thing too. Each year is kind of completely different. And so it's quite different than, let's say, more temperate climate on the East Coast, where you have those really sort of like clockwork seasons. I know with climate change, it's shifting, but our extremes California is an extreme place. And so it's also an extreme climate. And sometimes it can feel super forgiving when we do get a lot of rain, and sometimes it can feel really exhausting when we don't get a lot of rain. Yeah. So I think it's really important to, yes, Mediterranean climate, and then also really recognize that rainy season and capture that rain as best as possible and plant around the rain.
Yes.
And to add to my colleagues here, I would say that I guess since we haven't had any rain, we have to water ourselves. From November to March, we're supposed to get 15 inches of rain, and we haven't got that this year. I think we have only got 2 inches maybe. And so if we don't water these months coming up, our plants are really gonna stress out by like July or August. So we need to make sure that we replace that water that hasn't rained with our hand watering.
Can I say something? Can I?
Yes, yeah, go for it.
That's a great point that you make, Emerson, because people often think that you need to be on a watering schedule, but you really can't. It's just, you can't say, okay, I'm going to water once this week and then I'm going to pick it. It all depends on what's going on in your yard, what the weather's doing. So you can't just be on a specific watering schedule.
Yeah, we're so used to everything having to be like so scientific, and it's a little bit more intuitive. When you're a gardener, you have to really intuit the weather, what's going on day to day, versus like programming an irrigation controller.
Yeah, and you do program, but then you scale back, right? You scale back or you increase.
Yep.
So yeah, so it all depends on what's going on, climate change and all that jazz.
I wish it were jazz.
But yeah.
Just to add, that's why I think it's important to use a intelligent timer. That way you can control it with your phone from your house.
Yeah.
Emerson, can you tell us more about that? Like what do you do using an irrigation system if you don't want to just hand water?
So at the Gottlieb Native Garden, we have 3 different types of irrigation system. We have drip system, we have MP rotors. We have MP rotors, and we also have the normal conventional sprinklers. We actually tried using just drip system, but where I work at the Gottlieb Native Garden, we have a problem with squirrels. So if you have animals like this, you need to make sure what type of irrigation system you use. If you're using plastic tubing, you know that the squirrels are gonna get to it and they're gonna bite it, and you're gonna have trouble with that. I guess the best irrigation system that I have used will be MP rotors, because NP rotors simulate more like how the rain falls on our plants. It's usually a little bit slower and it simulates more of the rain. I don't I'd say I don't really like using sprinklers because they usually water faster than they should. That's why I prefer NP rotors. But in our case, we have control over the water pressure so that our sprinklers don't waste too much water, and we just have the right pressure. So when it comes to this, I guess you just have to have the right pressure. But if you ask me, what do you recommend me using? NP rotors. And it also depends on where you're working at too.
Do you guys have any tips for people that want to use drip irrigation?
Well, drip irrigation is a really great way to water your succulents. Now I'm going to say this, and maybe Emerson, and you're talking about irrigation. I'm on the fence with drip irrigation with native plants. Okay. So I've talked to a few colleagues who are like, yes, drip irrigation and native, yes. Then, some say, no, you want that overhead spray, to mimic the environment. So I'd like to ask you, Emerson, what are your thoughts on drip with native plants?
I like it. I like it. It just depends on where you're working at, I guess, and the space that you're working at. If it's a huge space where you have to run a lot of piping around in that area, I think it depends on the client, if what's the budget is and what the time is gonna take. And I guess all these factors have to be taken into account. I mean, I really don't mind working with drip system. I like it, but the only reason I don't use it, or I wouldn't want to use it anymore in areas where, like, for example, the squirrels, I've had a really a lot of problems with this. And I don't know if I want to ask you guys, have you guys ever used something called micro sprinklers?
I have seen it on a job. I haven't.
That's another good way of water system. The same, I used that one too, but the squirrels were getting around it. But that's another good way of watering your plants.
Yeah, I think drip can work really well. I think drip works better in flatter environments. It depends on your soil type as well. I think drip can work really well in tight environments where you have like a little planter and things like that. I think that the question I get a lot is slope. What do you do with the slope? And I totally agree with Emerson. I really love the technology of NP rotors, especially for native plants in large spaces.
Yeah.
And on slopes. I think that oftentimes, it's like, what do you use? Drip, spray, like NP rotors, and every context is different. But I would actually go on the line here and avoid drip on slopes. I just haven't seen much success. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, I won't add to that conversation, but okay. Maybe you will.
I agree with Max. I haven't seen I feel that if the property that you're working in has like clay soil, the water doesn't filtrate or drain as it should, and it just runs down. That's a problem I have had where I work.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get away from drip irrigation since it can become a black hole.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking, if people are tuning in right now and it's spring and they haven't had much experience with native plants, we tell people a lot, you got to plant October through February. But do you guys have any advice for people who want to plant something in the spring and it's going to be like 88 degrees today, we're getting into the hot, dry season? What should they do to try to make it? No guarantees, but do your best.
Well, today would be a terrible day to plant. The humidity is like 8%, the wind's blowing at like 45 miles per hour, it's 90 degrees. So if you do want to plant in the spring, and I get the feeling planting's a blast, it's exciting. And there are many kinds of native plants that can take summer watering. So I think that's a really important question to have answered first. If you're going to plant native plants,
Please name the plants.
I mean, there's, first of all, milkweeds. It's a great time to plant the milkweeds, and epilobium's a fine plant. Deergrass is a good plant to plant. Eriogonum fasciculatum can take the water. Evergreen ribes can take the water. The native morning glory. I mean, there's a lot. And I feel like there's some guides out there that are at Theodore Payne, you can ask the nursery staff as well. A lot of plants can take the water. I'd probably avoid planting ceanothus and manzanita this time of year. So it just depends on the plants, but if you do, find a period of time, look at the weather. If it's going to be cooler, damper, more of that June gloom weather, really get the soil wet. And you're going to have to keep the soil, like, you can't let it fully deplete over the summer. And that's a harder thing to do than when it's raining.
Right. And if you are incorporating non-native plants, succulents are always, a really great plant. Dudleya, let's see, within the past 2 years, I really started working with the Dudleya, which is a California native succulent plant. And it does well in containers, also in ground. It does well with other non-native plants, but you can mix the native Dudleya with the native like sages, those work well. And also we're talking about resources on the Theodore Payne Foundation site. They have a list of resources that I, even as a professional, download and have in my folder. So should you.
Oh yeah.
But
useful.
Yeah, so and on one of the lists, it says don't plant till fall ceanothus, as Max was saying, the ceanothus, manzanita, and the penstemon, and it says because it's prone to disease when watered in the summer. So those are the things, you can ask questions, but you really have to do that research for yourself. You really have to see, what works well in your space and in your environment. Yes.
So Brandy, if I just moved into a place that has a bunch of non-native out, but I want to add in, if I want to mix native and non-native, how do you handle watering them if they want different waters?
Great question. So if you are mixing, I'll say aloe striata and sages go well together. Okay, so they don't require a lot of water. The hummingbird sage, I really wouldn't mix that with succulents, but sages and succulent plants, if you are designing a small space with California natives and you want to incorporate succulents in containers, you can do that within your garden, so within your flower bed. That's another way of incorporating non-native and native plants. You also want to add in those boulders. So let's say you have a native sage and you add in those boulders, and then you prop succulents right at the base of the sage. That's giving you that space between that native plant and then that non-native succulent. Succulents are really forgiving. The only thing that will really kill them really is too much water. Mm-hmm. So just like you don't want to overwater your succulents, you don't want to water your native plants, you don't want to overwater your succulents either. So it really all depends on the type of plant, where you're planting it, and and the time of year also. So
all right, I'm gonna bounce this one directly to Emerson, because I've seen you shopping at TPF all year round. I know you guys are always getting new plants. So that means you always have something that is in its first 1 to 3 years of age. So how do you handle establishing low water plants the first few years?
The first year is, I think the first year is the most important year. You have to stay on top of the watering to make sure that the plant, that the roots grow healthy. And And then this is going to dictate the life of the plant for the rest of its life. The first year is the most important. You have to stay on top of the watering. To add to what you guys were talking about, actually last year, we had some type of an experiment where I work. So we cleaned out this area, and it was around June. So we cleaned it out, and then we wanted to plant something so that in the fall when it started raining, there wasn't going to be any landslides or any of that. We wanted these plants to start getting established and start growing roots to get this hillside stable. So we actually put in a lot of the plants that Max mentioned in the summer last year, and we put in ceanosas and other gambelias, eriogonums, even some bush poppies. And now these things are blooming and they're beautiful. And we planted them in the summer last year. But it all has to do with the water. And also if you're watering when it's hot, you need to make sure to wake up early before the sun comes out and you water. And then that's how you're gonna make these plants grow healthy. Because if you're planting in the summer and you're watering these plants, you're just gonna kill them. But if you're watering before it starts getting hot, your plants are gonna survive. And I mean, I don't know, but from my own experience, I would tell you that you can practically grow anything any time of the year. You just have to stay on top of the watering and stay on top of your plants and care for them.
I'd like to say something too, regarding the watering. And I mentioned succulents a lot because that is just the thing now. But even though you have that establishing period with your California native plants, when you're designing, so let's say you're designing a space, but you have an area to where you want to incorporate those succulents that don't need a lot of water. It's not about grouping it together. You don't necessarily, I'm not saying do that. But if you have an area in the landscape where, let's say you want a little succulent pocket garden, that's a good way of saying it, a succulent pocket garden to where you can water that like on its own zone, to where it's separate from the natives. You can do that. And that's how I like to design in. And finally, you can even design in those succulents later. Once those plants have matured, you can bring in those succulents later. So, yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys. So let's say that you've made it through a few years with your plants. They've survived, a couple of droughts, and you now have beautiful mature plants, but they're looking really wild, kind of scraggly. Our attendees in the chat would like to know, when is the best time of year to prune your plants, and is it different depending on different kinds of plants?
So can I answer? Let's see.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay,
Go
I
for
love
it,
this
Max.
question. I get this question all the time. And I think you going back to the idea of California seasons, I think that there is a season where, well, there's a hard prune on a lot of plants in the fall before the rainy season. But there's also a forgotten time to clean up the gardens, which I think is coming up in like May and June after a huge growth period. A lot of our native plants take on a ton of growth. Depending on where you plant them in your garden, they can obstruct pathways really easily. They can get really overwhelming. And I think it's really important to be okay with doing pruning, and light pruning, hard pruning, both. I think that coming up in June, there's this idea called June groom, if you will. And the June groom is a time to go through the garden, shape it, do a lot of that really fun detail work. But again, it's really important to remember what you're cutting. A lot of the salvias can handle that detail work. The buckwheats can handle that detail work, that pruning out of the pathway, that deadheading. But then come later and you can do that all summer long. Don't be afraid to cut your plants. However, there are some species that, you might want to avoid doing too much pruning on, like the flannel bush and the bush poppy and things like that. So just be careful and do your research of what you can cut. And then later in the fall, that hard prune. And every plant is different, so you do want to do your research. But I think having the right pruning tools, getting out there in the garden, experimenting with the tools and cutting and doing that detail work is such an important part of the gardening process. So yeah, that's my answer.
That was so wonderful. Thank you, Max, for that. Like, do I come behind that? Well, you know what? I have experience with the, as far as native plants with the sage, and those do well, as you mentioned. And I just think that, you know, if you are really into your landscape, it is just about you going out there, even if it's just a few times a month and looking and saying, you know, you don't have that lawn anymore, right? So you don't need that gardener once a week. So even if you're going out there a few times a month and you're saying, okay, you know what, these flowers are looking spent, I'm just going to do a light prune, or just, you know, breaking off, you know, that spent flower. And then the other thing too, what do you guys say about not just doing just a full-on cleanup? Because, you know, we want some of that flower in the seeds for the wildlife, right?
Yeah.
So even though we have these landscapes, they don't have to be pristine. That's the thing. They don't have to be pristine, because you want to invite the pollinators in.
Yeah.
And they need those seeds. They need that cover. They need, you know, some of that leaf litter, you know, to raise their young. And so, yeah, what y'all think about that?
And someone mentioned in the comments, take your time, because there are nests, there's animals in these plants. Inspect before you prune, make sure that you're not disrupting.
Right, I like that. I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah. Someone mentioned it.
Thank you, someone.
So yeah, speaking of plants that drop leaf litter, or this is kind of a general question we're getting, not really seasons related, but that's okay. People are asking about their soil, like, what do you guys think about bad soil, or like clay soil? A lot of people think that you need to like add stuff to it. But Emerson's shaking his head.
No.
All right, let's dispel the rumors. Like, tell the people, give it to them straight.
All right, so I think that our plant list has a variety. We can use plants that are better for more sandy soil, for more clay soil. So we need to adapt to what we're working with. Please never remove soil from a place or any like that, because you're just gonna destroy the ecosystem on that soil, and you're gonna cause more harm than good. So never do that. You need to adapt to the area where you're working, and you need to bring the plants that belong there. For example, if you're working with clay soil, you need to bring a plant there that maybe requires slower drainage, or you know, things like this. That's what I would recommend.
And also, people say dirt. They're planting in dirt. You're not planting in dirt.
I hate
You can't
that.
grow anything. There's not enough nutrients for plants to grow. So we plant in soil. We don't plant in dirt.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
There's, you know, there's life in the soil. And then if you are working in containers, you know, there are, you know, the box stores, they do have bags. I don't know, should I say what I use? You know, it's a,
well, if you're planting in a container, you definitely will need to use a certain type of soil, if you want to share.
Yeah, so I know Theodore Payne has soil. So Theodore Payne has soil. There is another brand that I use as well, and I just all my succulents, or even the natives that I plant in pots, they work well. So you're planting in soil, not in dirt.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. And when you understand that, you know, you have you're being responsible, you know, knowing that I have to keep it alive. You don't want to, you know, be putting a whole lot of fertilizer in it. You know, most of the bagged soil that you get comes with enough fertilizer. There is, oh gosh, I can't think of it now. Time release fertilizer, you know, that you can add as well when needed. But with the California natives, you don't want to use fertilizer in your landscape, but some fertilizers work well in containers.
Yeah, we've gotten some questions as well about compost and fertilizer and feeding your plants in general. Someone said, I'm afraid my natives will suck up all the nutrients in the soil. What should I do?
So I think and I was going to mention this, adding inputs into the soils, the native soils. I love that Emerson said, don't remove soil. That is like the baseline. You get this question all the time, should we bring in new soil and get rid of the old? I don't even know what that means or what that would look like. Just keep your native soils. And we live in an urban environment where the soils have been heavily disrupted through deforestation. It's no longer the native habitat that it was. And so I think it's really important to try to get the soil back to where it was by planting native plants, having those root systems established, allowing the native plants to drop their leaf litter and create a natural carbon cycle. And in order to get there, you might have to put some inputs into the soil. And those inputs might be compost. It totally depends on your soil. If you have the means, get a soil test done to really understand what kind of soil you're working with, what's in your soil. But I really like using things like biochar. I really like using worm castings. Again, depends on the context. I like using bamboo vinegar. I do think, and I know this is controversial, I think that because our soils have been so disrupted, it can mean in the beginning of this process, inputting things into the soil. And every site is different, but I wouldn't be so afraid of using things like carbon and compost and biochar to try to get the soil alive again. A lot of our soils are dead and sad because they've just been sitting there baking with no carbon layer, and they're just bare soils with no plants. And once you've established the plants and you have that leaf litter dropping and you're using that leaf litter as natural mulch, your soils are going to be healthy again.
It's okay if you guys have different opinions. Does anyone?
Is it?
Emerson, how does that make you feel when Max talks about
No, I
adding
agree.
organic material?
I agree with Mac. You know when somebody asked about the fertilizer, or you mentioned fertilizer, the first thing that came to mind was something that Carol Bornstein told me. She told me, Emerson, she said, you only put a fertilizer when you're planting in a pot, she said, never in the ground. She said, and the plant you do because so since you're buying soil, right, you're not taking it from the ground, that soil doesn't have the same nutrients as it does. So if you're buying a soil from the store, that soil doesn't have the same nutrients it does as if you get it from the ground. So she says that's the only reason why, or the only way you would use fertilizer only in pots, but never in the ground.
It's tricky because the soil that we have here is, already native.
Yeah, no, but
it's also, it can be like disturbed, like, if it's from an urban setting, it's like a construction site has probably turned it over so many times that the topsoil layer is gone.
But I think that when, like, for example, all these leaves that fall, or all these stuff that we leave, these things decompose, and then that becomes a nutrient. But I mean, like, in the pot is different because you're buying that soil from the store. It's not from the ground, I guess that would be the only reason she said that we would use a fertilizer only in pots.
Speaking of Carol Bornstein advice, who's also a Theodore Payne board member.
Yeah, everyone share your favorite Carol quote.
She's the best, has the best attitude about gardening, and such a wealth of knowledge. But we did a walkthrough of a site in that was on the garden tour a few years ago in Santa Monica, and it's a native grass meadow in a cemetery. It's called the Eternal Meadow. It's spectacular. And we were sort of discussing how it was once a road, and there was a lot of construction done there, and the soil quality was really, it's been a lot of soil that's been brought in and disturbed. And another way you can think about regenerating soil is through creating root systems, and a lot of grasses have been used to sort of, like deer grass, for example, has deep roots, can really enrich the soil for future plantings. So thinking in terms of that sort of succession, it's a little bit more advanced, but getting roots into the ground as well is a really important way of creating healthy soils again.
Speaking of soils, if A problem that we have a lot of times in Southern California, or maybe if you've brought in mulch from the free city mulch, you might realize you have a huge seed bank of weeds in your soil. So if I planted a wildflower mix and it rains or I water it and I suddenly have a bunch of weeds coming up, was there a time of year that I should have watered or pulled those weeds, or how do you keep up with the weed struggle?
Who's gonna? Okay. So I am going to indirectly kind of answer that question. The whole weed situation, it varies. That's a problem even that I run into, the professionals that I work with. Weeds, they're here, and it's really about doing, when you're first installing your landscape. So let's say you have a lawn, do you have Bermuda grass? What type of grass do you have? A lot of people, think that you can just pull up your Bermuda grass, put down the soil and plant directly. Yeah, you can, but there are a few things you have to understand. Bermuda grass grows several feet into the soil, into the earth. So it's gonna keep coming up. And I don't use those chemicals. So, and no one that I closely work with uses the chemicals. So it's gonna come up, but you have to stay at it. You have to do that weekly weeding. Eventually it'll gradually, go off. But in my experience, the weeds are here. It's just really staying on top of it if you're not using the chemicals. So you're staying on top of it, using the natural way. When you water, whatever, if you're watering your plants, you're going to be watering the seeds that are there. You just have to just stay on top of it. Mulch, making sure your mulching helps suppress the weeds. But I just honestly haven't seen or know of, and I've been in the industry professionally since 2015. So people before me, who are these great professionals, I just don't know if anyone just has the one answer as far as in-ground landscapes and how do you just address weeds. I think it just depends on where you are and your space. So can someone help with that?
Do you have a strategy for like Bermuda grass? I have Bermuda grass. It's really hard to keep up with. Some people have pampas grass. We're getting questions about ivy, panacetum. If you're watering in your native plants and that stuff is competing with it, how do you keep those from taking root?
It's really difficult. It's a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
It really is a challenge.
I think, one thing is, this is the question of summer water. We're talking about Bermuda grass, and it's a warm season grass. It's super aggressive. Summer watering, if you don't have a lot of shade and a lot of sun, it's going to come on strong if it was there before. Mm-hmm. So that's where it becomes a question of, okay, do I hand water all of my plants instead of have an irrigation system? So you can really specify where the water goes, and so that there's less water going to the entirety of the land. Mulch, really, I think one way to begin the suppression process, I think sheet mulching and lasagna mulching is a really good, all natural, non-chemical method to suppressing that kind of grass growth. It'll still come up. It's a lot of work at first, but what I've seen is also shade, thinking about shade. If you really can't handle Bermuda grass, start to think about, okay, how do I create more shade? Because it does require a lot of sun. But as your plants establish, think about all that upfront work. There's more resources, there's more time in the beginning that goes into establishing a garden. And then once it begins to establish, there will be less and less of those invasive species that are on the property, which I've noticed. And so that's something to think about too. Yeah, and also I did want to mention there's a lot of winter weeds, and many of those winter weeds are edible. I made a pesto out of oxalis this year, and it was delicious. And so I think another thing too is make sure to weed before things go to seed. That's really important. And as a lot of those things, like I said, are edible, but if they're not going to seed, just drop them back into the soil. It's good nitrogen, or eat them.
One more thing about Bermuda grass, real quick. It grows up through the concrete. So in those cracks, it's growing. So I mean, that tells you how powerful that thing is, that weed is, you know. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. So it's a challenge. Go ahead.
All right, well, we're getting into the last 5 minutes here. Do you guys have any kind of final advice for, like, if people are wondering what they should be doing right now as we transition into summer?
Maybe watering, because we haven't had enough water.
Just learn, you know, do your own research. It's about studying and reading, going on the Theodore Payne Foundation. You guys have some really great information. I mean, really great information. And just know that you have the power to, you know, we have the power to do this. You know, don't be scared of plants. And just get out there and then just create a beautiful space for yourself and pollinators.
Wear sunscreen, stay hydrated, take care of yourself, and collect your annual wildflower seeds, because they're going to start going to seed soon, and it's a fun thing to do, and then spread them next year.
Those are some beautiful, beautiful parting words. Thanks, guys. I just want to really quickly plug, Emerson is gonna, he's assisting with the Spanish version of our landscaper certification class. Alejandro from our sales team is also going to be doing that. And Emerson taught the whole first round of the Spanish version of that. And we still have some spots left in the upcoming one, I believe. English is full, so wait for the next one on that. But this whole program is to train the landscapers and kind of close that gap of people planting the wrong thing and then growing the wrong thing. It goes on and on. So yeah, you guys are just,
please. Sorry. Yes, please. If you guys have or know anyone that would like to learn more about native plants and is a Spanish speaker, please invite them over to Theodore Payne and they can register. We have more room. I think the classes are going to start May 8th or May 7th. So we still have time. Please. And
it's free, and they get a little sticker they can put on their vehicle. They get a certificate. It's so legit. And it's really going to help people that know native plants. Yeah, it's going to help you with that. And so as we close this panel about plant care through the seasons, caring for and maintaining your plants is one of the best things you can do to prevent all your stuff catching on fire in our dry seasons. And some people who know a lot about fire prevention, fire management, garden maintenance is the folks over at FormLA. And they have done this beautiful garden that's coming up next. I'm going to actually pass it over to Evan. I don't want to say too much. But yeah, that's going to be our next garden. So thanks, everybody. Show some love in the chat for our panelists. And we're going to drop their links again. And yeah, follow them on social media and support them.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Katie. Your transitions were beautiful. Loved it. That was a really inspiring panel, really fun. Definitely check out Garden Butterfly and Saturate. They're amazing businesses for maintenance, installation, and also check out Emerson Gottlieb Native Garden and the landscaper training. We're really proud of that program. Emerson is an awesome teacher. He also translated a 90-page workbook into Spanish. So he has done a huge amount of work for Theodore Payne Foundation. And I just want to thank him for that. Okay, the show goes on. We have our next garden coming up, which I'm very excited about. We've been in the city today. We've been in Debs Park, and we were at DJ's in Filipinotown. Now we're going to head out towards the edge of the city. Erin, where are we going next?
All right, so now we are traveling to Tujunga, actually, which is very close to the foundation, about 10 minutes away. And we are looking at a beautiful garden that is at the edge of the urban wildland interface. And so I'm really excited to introduce Cassie Aoyagi, who is the president of FormLA Landscaping. Hi, Cassie. and also former board president of Theodore Payne Foundation. And so we're really excited to have you here, Cassie. We also have JT Wilkinson, who's the maintenance manager over at FormLA. As Katie mentioned, maintenance is a really critical part about living in this area. And of course, Teresa Mackey, this is her garden. Teresa, we're so excited to have you here today, and welcome to all of you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome guys. We're heading to the urban wildland interface. I'm gonna start the video with a promo as we always do, and then I have some specific pause points here that were shared in advance, and thank you guys for all the thought you put into this. It's a beautiful garden, and there's a lot of good information here in terms of safety and beauty and comfort, and making a nice home for pets along the way as well. So here we go with the promo video. Cassie, we're having trouble hearing you right now. I'm just going to pause for a sec so that we can get Cassie's mic on. I want to give a shout out to our technical team, Scott and Andrew, who are in the hot seat of trying to make everything work. And we've had a lot of luck so far. I'm going to knock on wood.
Still not hearing you, Cassie.
Well, JT, as Cassie's getting her mic going,
yeah.
What are we looking at here? We're seeing kind of the front yard and.
Yeah, so this is Teresa's front yard right here. We have the Angeles forest actually right behind her, and then the opening shot was looking at the house from the other direction, and you have the Verdugo Mountains. And so obviously Teresa is kind of sandwiched between these two mountains in the little valley right here of Tujunga, which obviously creates quite a wind tunnel for her too.
Yes, exactly. Today, I'm gonna have a Beyonce moment, right? Got my wind tunnel going, my hair blowing.
The wind blown look, I like it.
Exactly.
So we'll keep moving along here.
And for anybody who isn't familiar with the idea of the urban wildland interface, this area is at particular risk for fire danger. And as you know, we've had more and more fires throughout the years, and it's increasing, partly because of climate change, but also as we have more and more housing at the urban wildland interface, there's more ignition, and most ignition actually happens from due to human cause. And so it's it's the most beautiful place to live in the world, but also you're at a higher risk of danger.
Yeah, and obviously that's a big thing to think about during the design process and the maintenance process afterwards. And even like right here, her front yard, not very big, but a lot of good balance of hardscape and foliage, and the hierarchy obviously helps with the minimizing the fire risk as well. And then kind of seeing sorry, go ahead, Evan.
I was gonna say a lot of Firewise landscaping is pretty uninspired, and it really just involves kind of scraping things clean and concrete, or quote unquote Firewise landscaping. Yep. You guys take a much different tact, as we'll see in this space.
For sure. You can kind of see from the neighbor's house, they have a little bit of a different design focus of theirs, that they don't have anything in their front yard. It is just gravel with obviously probably oxalis popping up. And they may think that is minimizing the fire risk, but sometimes that actually does not do what we think it does. And then obviously like right here, we have, kind of focusing on the mulch. mulch is a huge thing with minimizing the fire risk. Obviously has a lot of other good benefits, keeping weeds down and that type of thing, adding organic material to the soil. But also like right here, for us, we always try to lay it on, apply it 3 to 6 inches thick, and doing that helps keep in all the plant hydration, the soil hydration, keeps the moisture in. So that keeps everything cool around it. And doing that, keeping the plants hydrated and keeping the surrounding areas cool helps us minimize the fire risk as well.
Definitely. So I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of a different approach to things in this landscape, because we've talked a little bit about in the urban core where wildfire danger is not a big problem, that people might want to let their plants kind of go drier than you would here. Here you're actually using native plants that we're going to kind of somewhat artificially keep a little wetter and greener than they might be, as a protective measure.
For sure, it is a little bit of a different thing. We always try to take out the dry and dead material, obviously with, our certain pruning times and just throughout the year of pruning. But also, there's a lot of things that go along with that, in this, I know Cassie and Eric, their design process, there's nothing summer deciduous in this garden. We don't want things to dry out during the summer in this garden. Like you said, you see a lot of gardens that do dry up during the summer. This is one that stays lush and green.
Erin, you're a wildfire expert. Erin coordinates, when she's not doing the garden tour, she manages a lot of our wildfire outreach. We did a big outreach program last year. We'll be doing that again this year. Just to kind of frame for people, wildfire is a natural part of our landscape, our wild landscape of Southern California. Can you just give a really quick overview of that, Erin?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's, we talk about native plants being adapted to this soil and climate here, and it's also adapted with fire over thousands and thousands of years. And so, when you see the charred hillside of a wildland, it can be, it's devastating to see that. And I think all of our initial response is that we want to help. We want to go like reseed that area, help bring it back to life. But these plants are actually adapted to that happening. So there are over, I think, 200 species of California native plants that require their seeds are lying dormant, for 50 years, 100 years, 200 years in that seed bank. And they're waiting for the cue of either heat or smoke or wood char, to give them that cue to germinate again. And so you'll see, if you want to go hiking right now, actually CNPS, California Native Plant Society, has a really cool campaign in connection with iNaturalist, where you can go hiking in these areas and take pictures of plants, wildflowers that are resprouting, or plants that are, the charred plant is actually resprouting now, and uploading those to iNaturalist, which is a cool app for your phone, and essentially giving that data to scientists and researchers who are trying to study and better understand those landscapes.
So it's a natural part of the landscape, but obviously if you live at the edge of that natural landscape, you don't want your house to burn down and you want to stay safe. So
and keep firefighters safe.
Yeah. So keeping plants hydrated, we have a question: how do these plants protect from wildfire? And we're going to get into those details right now. We're also going to talk a little bit about the maintenance.
And there's a few different ways, and obviously a big thing is the plant selection for the area, for that type of thing, just how they've adapted to wildfires and everything. We have like a Western redbud right here that we're focusing on in her front yard. Obviously, a lot of people like to have this big, grand, huge tree in their front yard. Teresa has a smaller size, if you want to pause it there, has a front yard on the smaller side. And so we don't want to have this enormous tree right there, especially when you have the fire departments and fire management specialists that focus on, or that recommend keeping 5 to 10 foot distance, especially with trees, with the eaves of the house and the roof lines. So the Western redbud is perfect for that. With minimal maintenance, we don't have to do a lot of pruning on it. We don't have to do a lot of maintenance on it to keep it 5 to 10 feet away, and it still frames the house amazing. And then obviously something we did not plant, if you want to play right here, is the pine tree. This enormous pine tree that's at her driveway. This is probably not something we would have put in this close to a house, obviously. And this, you can, and coming up, you can see pine trees drop a lot of leaf litter. The pine needles drop, you know, heavily, obviously, in certain times of the year, but all year long. And then you have right here, the leaf litter that collects. You can see this is on kind of a porch and fence right here, wooden structure. This is something that my crew would take care of every time we're there, but this is something that can happen within a couple of days. You know, like I said, pine straw collects so quick. And when you're in an area like Teresa's, that's a wind tunnel. I could have cleaned this out yesterday with the wind this morning. I'm sure she can go out right now and see that this is back like this.
I pretty much can collect about 60 gallons of this stuff a week.
Yeah. Well, this is this is
It's
Canary
pretty
Island
dense.
pine, I believe. Canary Island pine, which is like notoriously drop. So do you get out there yourself, Teresa, and clean it up?
Yeah, I bought a battery operated blower, and it probably sheds in the spring and summer just like a dog sheds. If you have a dog that sheds and you know how obnoxious that is, that's pretty much how that pine tree.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can hear
you.
Welcome, Cassie.
And I appreciate everybody. You know, I was able to hear so many of the wonderful points you guys are all making, and I think just to add to this little litter area is what we're trying to avoid is having the type of kindling where an ember can fly in and spark a fire, and that's kind of the recurring theme around the entire property.
For sure. And this is obviously something, you know, homeowners should really take charge of too, and learn these areas in their homes. Teresa knows that this is an area that she has to watch for, especially during the summer,
right.
when the maintenance team might not be coming by.
And you can really contrast that with how clean and clutter-free this entire driveway is. And what that makes this space is defensible. That means a firefighter can come in and actually protect this structure. This is a wonderful spot right here to pause. This oak actually isn't Teresa's, but it offers us a ton of benefits. Partly its shade, and it's beautiful and it's green. But one of the things in California is our fires are very much wind driven. And I mean, even myself, I also live in this wildland urban interface. I sometimes imagine a raging fire coming from the forest and coming to my front door and burning my house down, but that's not actually how it works over 95% of the time. These fires spark through embers that fly in from miles away. And I know you guys saw that opening scene where Teresa's home is sandwiched between two mountain ranges, the Verdugos and the Angeles Forest. So from either direction, these embers can fly in from a fire far away. And what this oak can do is become a catcher's mitt for embers. And because it's green and hydrated year round, it's less likely to create a fire, and it's gonna provide extra time, extra precious minutes for a firefighter to come and protect this home if embers haven't reached it yet.
While providing habitat and beauty and shade.
Well, we know, and Doug is going to say it, right? He's going to tell us that, you know, Doug's article came out, I believe it was the New York Times, with oaks being the #1 habitat holder of our creatures and critters.
It's a lot of fun to watch them. Squirrels run up and down.
Yeah, yeah. So JT, how does the meadow, oh, and actually this hedge I'll throw out is also, you know, another ember blocker from the north side of the property. And JT, you want to talk a little bit about the meadow?
You know, for sure. This is a carex meadow. We use this in a lot of our properties, and it actually works in a lot of the same ways that mulch does. You know, it keeps the weeds down and that kind of thing, but also keeps the soil hydrated and keeps the surrounding areas cool. That all the plants around this are benefiting from this organic layer of plant material that's right there. You know, we let it grow long. Obviously, we keep it short in the walkway right here, but we let it grow 12, 16 inches tall. Only have to cut it 3, 4, 5 times a year at the most. And it's really great. And I know Teresa's little pet loves it as well.
Sarah.
Not so little pet, but
Not so little. The other
may
thing,
or may not have some pet footage coming up. I don't know.
yeah, we do.
Spoiler alert.
The other really neat thing about the meadow is that it also, when you, as the video rolls through, you can see that this meadow also provides defensible space all around the structure. So having this very deliberate hierarchy of foliage, a balance, as JT started off with the concrete and foliage, really changes the dynamics. And JT, you want to talk about some of the grasses?
For sure. This is a cut deer grass in front of us here. And my clients love grasses. Every client I have, you know, wants some kind of ornamental grass in their yard. And there's obviously a big difference between our natives and non-natives that can turn into invasives. And I know Cassie can probably speak more to what kind of, differentiates our deer grass and other native grasses from the bad ones.
Yeah, I think that, you know, like JT said, everybody loves the grasses, but not all grasses are created equal. And some of the non-native grasses like pampas grass, and I heard someone say in the past segment, the Pennisetum fountain grass, the biggest difference is that those non-native grasses, they don't withstand our dry summers in the wild spaces without water. And in the wild spaces where they escape to because they're invasive, they dry out in the summertime and they become fine fuels. And that's what can move a fire very, very fast. And one of the things people ask me is, if I was to pick one thing in my yard to do to become more fire safe, I immediately respond, particularly in these wildland urban interfaces, remove the fountain grass and the pampas grass and the invasives, and you'll be safer. Because that is what really can deliver fire right to your doorstep.
Absolutely. And so there's a couple of non-native species in here, like this Australian willow, but very much picked to go with that palette of nice tree. This, I think, you just mentioned defensible space, Cassie, and I think this image right here really illustrates what that looks like. Can you just describe what we're seeing here?
Absolutely. It's so funny because when you look at everything, I mean, Eric, who couldn't be here today, he's on his wedding anniversary camping, but he really did such a beautiful job of subtly creating these layers and beauty, but also fulfilling the reduction of risk from fire. And so what we're seeing against the garage here is what has currently come to be a code where you need to have a 5-foot clearance around all structures, clear. So instead of concrete against the garage here, there's a gravel path, which once again, and thanks to Teresa and JT's effort, is spotless and perfect with no clutter. And then against the path, you see a very low-lying native foliage barrier. And believe it or not, this little barrier can serve as ember blockers. And one of the things we think is really important is that by no means should people creating these hierarchies or these safe buffer zones or defensible spaces think that putting an extended amount of gravel, like 40 feet, 50 feet, 30 feet, is a good idea. It is not. This can make you more vulnerable because it has no way to stop embers from rolling on in right up against the structure and finding a point of ignition. So what you're seeing is a very subtle design strategy to keep those embers away from a structure.
Again, while supporting biodiversity and being beautiful, not, obviously like a 30-foot strip of gravel or concrete is not very beautiful, but here's
not so much.
That's right. Build functionality and safety, beauty, biodiversity all into one kind of holistic vision.
And it is kind of fun to walk on, the little crunching of the pebbles when you walk on it. It's kind of fun to
Yeah, we always think of our gravel as our homemade security system too. Crunch, crunch, crunch. And then look at what Teresa's done with the wall to sort of offset this. This is another good spot to take a look at.
And this even, you know, she has a storage shed, which obviously in a smaller backyard, sometimes you would probably want to take out, but I think probably Cassie had a design focus in that.
Well, first of all, it helps that Teresa is super organized. So, but, you know, some people don't realize that some of our creature comforts like cushions, pillows, and you'll see it, you know, through the video, are some of the most flammable things on our property. And that storage shed is a wonderful tool to reduce our risk and put wood tools, doormats, pillows, things that we're not using every single day into, so that we don't create more areas where a fire can spark.
I just figured I'd pause here because I'm sorry I didn't get the shed pause in the right place.
That's okay.
We're hosting videos. It's a complicated technical process here. I'm doing my best, everybody. I'm trying to talk and say stuff and listen and play and pause the videos all at the same time.
No worries.
Wanted to stop on.
That's okay, Evan. I'm trying to get the sun from shining in on my thing, and I can't find the right angle.
I like it now. It looks cool.
I finally got it.
Well, and this is another good shot there too, because you see all the container pots next to the garage there, which again, kind of like what we saw with the pine tree earlier with the leaf litter. That's something that I know my team, we know that leaf litter can collect there. And I'm sure Teresa this is another area I'm sure that you have to clean up a little bit.
I do, and I appreciate people who actually know how to use a blower well, because I'm not really good at corralling oak leaves, but you know, I try my best. It's definitely a skill set, let me tell you.
And I will add to that. I love this Sarah footage. I will add to that with these pots that they're flexible. So these are all movable, which means that if, let's say, you know, you're not going to be the person who cleans them up, or you don't work from home like Teresa does sometimes, you can move those away from the garage during the heavier fire season and reduce that risk as well, so you don't feel like you have to clean up. Sarah, we kind of missed that magic moment of Sarah, but do you want to talk a little bit about Sarah and the meadow and just her love of it?
Sarah loves walking around in the garden. She likes to bury things in the gardens, and then usually around 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon, she'll come out here and lay on her back and wiggle, and all of a sudden I hear her grunting and her little feet flying in the air and stuff, and she's just having an amazing time. And there's nothing in the garden that can harm her. They made sure that all the leaves plants were soft focus, not soft focus, but soft edges, so she wouldn't get hurt by them. And yeah, Sarah just kind of does her own thing.
We're still on winter footage here, so we're seeing again those early winter plants like manzanitas blooming. We just saw some deer grass. We saw.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was going to ask Teresa, you know, one of the things we did here was we planted specifically plants that do not go dormant in the summertime. That is one of our Firewise strategies. But I want to ask if you get sort of the year-round seasonal interest that you might in a garden where we maybe have a bit more variety.
I don't quite understand the question, but this garden I stopped, well, it's 4 years old, so I think I turned off the drip system probably in December, so it hadn't been watered in a while, but it stays nice and green, and it's got a lot of different tones that I like to come out and sit. And then I've also will take different plants and take it inside, like the deer grass, whatever they're called. They make a really good, nice floral arrangement. So I've taken some of the manzanita bells in this year, and some of the white sage leaves and the Cleveland sage leaves, and making fire arrangement. I mean, not fire arrangements, but I just like bringing in myself.
Get fire on the mind.
Floral,
yeah,
florist
but,
opportunity.
yeah, so you know, it's all year long. It's got something going on that I can look at, not just the blooms and stuff. So
Well, I think that does answer my question, and that you are getting a lot of interest even in the winter time, even with the more narrow planting palette that we use for the fire area.
And also, as like one Christmas, I had a winter solstice party, so I made sage things out of my white sage, so we could all kind of burn. And it was the year before the pandemic. I guess we should have done it this last year, but you know, with the sage burn, as they saw, smudging, we smudged with my white sage.
We do that too.
We've arrived now in spring, and things are greening up quite a bit. The sages are starting to, white sages are starting to bloom. We ended winter with a shot of an aloe, which is a non-native plant, comes from South Africa or Africa generally, but they work well, I think, they can work well in collaboration with California native plants, and they are good hummingbird pollinators.
Were you talking about those hot lips, Evan?
The aloe that we panned down.
Oh, the aloe, yeah. And I did want to make a little bit of a point. There was a lot of talk about succulents in the last segment, which are absolutely beautiful. And you can see how well Teresa uses them in the pots in front of the garage. But just a little touch on that as it relates back to our fire reduction strategies. One of the reasons that we don't recommend succulents in wildfire prone areas is because they do hold a lot of roots, a lot of moisture in their leaves, and their roots are very shallow. So if a fire does come through and does devastate an area, those plants, when the rains come, are going to get very, very heavy and absorb a lot of that water, and they will literally just fall out of the soil and undermine the stability of those slopes. And that's when we start to get those very, very, very dangerous floods and slides. And this is why using these deep-rooted, long-lived woody natives that hold hydration, but not so much hydration that they can actually knit these soils together and protect us from slides.
That is a really interesting point. I'd never thought of that before, but it totally makes sense. If you have like a giant aloe or an agave on a hillside, it's not particularly deep rooted. It just rolls down, and then that just totally creates the mudslide condition. Versus a California native shrub, like which is probably adapted to have the top burn off and then the resprout from the burl on the base if it's a manzanita or something like that.
Yeah, and it's funny, you know, a lot of people use this term, natives are meant to burn. It's a bit misleading. I think natives are meant to rejuvenate after a fire and to, you know, throw out, you know, germinate as well. So while, you know, natives can withstand fire and rejuvenate every, you know, 50 to 100 years, what's going on now where we're having fires every 4 to 10 years, it's a lot harder for these plants to come back. And that is one of the concerns with our wild spaces, is that we could be losing these if we can't keep the invasive plants out, if we can't stop the mostly human causes of fire. Which I would, again, over 90% of fires are caused by humans, not by lightning, not by natural disasters. So just being vigilant in these wildland urban interfaces so we can just save this precious land that we have and that we live here for.
Yeah, very well stated. I've been paused on this kind of beauty shot of the hummingbird sage just because it's sort of mesmerizing to me right now.
Oh man, I could sit here all day and look at that.
I know. I think hummingbird sage has emerged as one of the stars of the 2021 garden tour because it had a good year, and just shooting it in this way to see this sort of, like I was saying yesterday, the resinous kind of flower, which you know that if you experience this plant, you can kind of run your hand along it, and it has this almost watermelon type smell. It's such a great plant.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about the plant because I find my clients may have a love-hate relationship with it because the foliage doesn't always look perfect.
True.
But one of the things about this plant is that it's always cycling, and it has new growth at different parts of the year, and it flowers at different times of the year. And I think what you're always looking for in this plant to be healthy is just that new growth and that spreading quality that it has. And once you can get a nice, thick sort of crop of it, a lot of the variations sort of disappear within its beauty. And so I really I encourage people to sort of bear with this plant if it takes a little bit more time to establish.
And also the mold. That was when I first had it the first year, that white mold on it. I was like, oh my gosh, what's happened to it? And
powdery mildew.
Ledge.
It can be tricky. But it's hummingbird sage for a reason. It attracts hummingbirds, and we've been panning through all the different things you've created to attract wildlife. So it's not just a firewise garden, it's a wildlife-friendly garden.
And you just got certified, Teresa, as a National Wildlife Federation wildlife sanctuary.
I did. I was listening to Poppy Hour with Brandy that you guys had. She talked about it, and I went online to figure out what it was all about. And it's like, oh, stuff. So I'm pretty stoked about that. And I probably have, I haven't really paid too much attention to the bees as other people have, but the birds, I probably have now about 8 different species, because I got a little pamphlet from the Theodore Payne and binoculars, so I can look at the birds. So I've got about 8 different types of birds that have come around recently. So I guess I now have to start focusing on the bees, what type of bees I'm gathering.
Teresa, has that nature appreciated as the landscape has grown?
Yes, and stuff. And then also you can hear them scuttling underneath the sages and stuff. So that's kind of, all of a sudden you hear some movement, and it's the birds, and or you see them perching on the willow, or out front on the red rosebud, or they really like my coffee berry. A lot of times when I come out, they all flock into, if they're out, they flock into the coffee berry. So that's kind of fun that they're hiding out in there, and I guess we're all just kind of watching each other.
Oh, look at that little critter.
And I know you have several white stages that we always leave to go to seed. We don't cut them back as quick as like maybe sometimes we do. And I know the birds love those at Teresa's house as well.
I've seen the warblers eating, just literally perched on the sage stalks, eating the seeds out of the little seed pockets. It's fantastic.
That just to change the subject here, the lizard shot we just saw was great. And Teresa, I'm so sorry, I did knock one of those lizards off when we were filming, and I still feel really guilty about it.
I want to point out while we're on this is how much fuller the front looks in the spring. Yes. In the winter shot that you guys saw, JT had done, just like the maintenance people talked about in the prior segment, the fall heavy cutbacks, particularly the white sages get cut back very hard. And you can see in this spring shot, everything bounces back so full and so quickly. So once you get comfortable with that routine, you will see the returns on that over and over again.
Just wish redbud stayed blooming longer.
I know.
Leaves, so.
This is one of my favorite times of the redbud because it has both its dainty little heart-shaped leaves and the pink flowers. And if you can spare some of the pink flowers, you can put them in a salad and they're delicious.
Exactly. And then it also harks back to, I'm from Washington, D.C. I grew up in it. It reminds me of the cherry blossoms each spring back home.
Yes.
So.
And this is your little edible garden.
Yes, and that's a spotted lettuce that is just simply gorgeous. It's almost like too pretty to cut and eat. So.
Well, we're gonna, our designer of this space was unfortunately unavailable today, as Cassie said, off celebrating his wedding anniversary, but we did record a little video, so we're gonna let that play, and then we'll wrap up and head on to our next garden. So we'll play this video for you all right now.
Derek Crow, and I'm the designer. In 2016, Teresa asked FormLA to come help. The yard was full of trees, overcrowded, and pretty much unusable. So we came in, and Teresa had some goals that she wanted. She wanted to have a place for her and her dog Sarah to play. She wanted to have a sitting area to relax. and also an area to entertain friends within a beautiful garden. Because the garden is small, it's very important that we got the outdoor destinations and the transitions to work very well together. Through this, we used permeable materials to do pathways that extended through Carrick's Meadow and also surrounded by a garden that's full of pollinators and native plants. It's a great compliment to know that Teresa is enjoying this garden right now in spring, but also all year long. And so is Sarah.
So cute.
So there you have it. Safety, biodiversity, supporting sustainable, saving resources, beautiful space to entertain, hang out, and a very lovely home for Sarah, along with lots of other critters. Beautiful design by FormLA and maintenance by FormLA. Any parting words for us, Cassie, JT, and Teresa, as we move on to our next garden?
Honestly, if Teresa didn't want, you know, that natural feeling and the native plants and all of the pollinators and all of those things, she wouldn't have called us and we wouldn't have been able to do it. So I think that when people learn what these things provide to the broader benefits of our communities, and if we can do it everywhere, I think, you know, what you guys are doing is so important to make sure that people realize how wonderful these spaces are, and that we really should have them everywhere, no matter what.
Thank you, JT, for what you and your crew do, and Cassie and Eric for making my beautiful garden. And thank you for Theodore Payne for including me in your garden tour. It's been such an honor to be a part of this and be, you know, just a small little garden, and there's lots of big, nice gardens and stuff. But thank you very much for inviting me to be a part of your tour this year. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you for being on it. It was a lot of fun, and it's a very nice garden. So, you know, it's beautiful. So wonderful example of fire safety, biodiversity creating, habitat creating, resource saving gardens. So we have one garden left, and we're going to set that up in a second, but I want to just use this as a moment to reflect on everything we've seen, these 7 gardens so far, all these different themes of saving resources, supporting biodiversity. We've been looking at it through the lens of Los Angeles and how we do this here in Southern California, but this is definitely a global phenomenon and a global movement. So after this last garden, we will have our keynote address with Professor Doug Tallamy. I see him on the Zoom already, so hopefully he gets inspired by what he's going to see here. We have to go out with a bang. And so, Aaron, we're going to go out with a big bang and really look at the concept of biodiversity in these native plant gardens. Where are we headed next as I cue up the video?
All right, so we are headed to Beverly Hills to the Gottlieb Native Garden. And we're so honored to have Susan Gottlieb here today.
Oh, whoops.
As well as Scott Logan, who is the naturalist garden for 5 years now, Scott?
6 years.
6 years. And so we're going to be able to share not only the garden, but some of the incredible footage that he's captured there. So thank you both so much for being here today.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us. And that last segment was so interesting and so educational. Gosh, thanks for putting that in.
Thank you guys for being here. So we'll start with a little bit of a promo video, and then we'll get into it. We're a little bit behind our schedule, but that's okay. Everything is going to be archived on YouTube with timestamps. You can go back to anything you want to rewatch. If you missed our Friday night opening celebration, that'll be there as well. We thank you guys for being with us. And here we go. Final garden of the 2021 Native Plant Garden Tour. So Susan, kind of give us some context as to where we are right now.
Okay, but so we came up on the side of the house towards the back patio, and now we're, well, actually, we're actually doing the same thing, it looks like. Yeah, there we go. So back patio, which overlooks Los Angeles, well, first a canyon, then Los Angeles. We have a pond to the left side there that used to contain frogs, but the frogs disappeared. Right there, we have a little bird bath on the ground there, which is very, very popular with finches and all kinds of things. Scott will show you some pictures of that. I think
there's some. Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
I think there's a few wildlife photos coming up. Maybe we'll see. Another spoiler alert here, but we're going to break the form on this video because this is all about getting us excited for our keynote presentation that's about to start. And
right,
we'll be celebrating the space, celebrating the beauty, and celebrating the life within it. And so, just to set the scene of where we are here, we can see downtown Los Angeles off in the right.
Yes, that was so beautiful when the pandemic first started, because I've never seen the city look so beautiful and so visible. No smog, just pristine.
Yeah, no smog and no traffic.
Yeah.
One of the few benefits.
Yeah. So we were looking at a little oak tree there I'm glad to hear that they're a good fire shield.
Yeah, you must be facing some of those issues yourself being.
Oh,
being where you're
definitely.
located.
Yeah. Oh, it's pretty scary. We've had a couple of incidents with fire in the canyon that have been put down pretty fast, but it is scary. So this is the pond where we had our frogs. The frogs disappeared after a few years. I think because somebody put these goldfish in the water, and but I never replenished them because the neighbors next door had to complain when they came into their yard. This sea monkey flower here has just sort of taken over. We have a waterfall that spills into the pond, and you can't even see the waterfall for the monkey flower, but it's okay. It'll appear again.
Look at that manzanita bloom. It's amazing.
Yes, we've lost some of our manzanitas over the years, I think because it's been so hot and so dry. I don't know, that's my theory. But a beautiful loop in there.
It's true. It's been a tough year, a tough decade really for manzanitas with the drought. And
yeah.
If you don't, going back to the discussion we just had, if you don't get that winter rainfall, you can't recompensate in the summertime with manzanitas.
Yeah, and it has been awfully hot too, in addition to being dry. So there are hummingbirds.
So we are just seeing a profusion of hummingbirds here. I wonder if Scott or Susan talk a little bit about what's going on with all these hummingbirds here.
Yeah, well, I can comment on this photo. There's over the years, there's been many universities using the garden as a study space. It's been a great laboratory for them to see this interface between animals and native plants. And if you notice below these hummingbird feeders, there's some black round discs, and those are antennas. And this is part of I believe, 6-year study that's been going on, led by Dr. Lisa Tell from UC Davis. It's the Hummingbird Health and Conservation Program. Essentially, they're tagging and RFID tagging hummingbirds in the garden, and they've put those antennas in over 1,000 hummingbirds, and these antennas track them throughout the garden. So anyone who I think has been to the garden is always struck by how many hummingbirds are here. That's because Susan's been feeding them for so long and keeping her feeders clean and the solution fresh. And yes, there are so many hummingbirds because of all those feeders, but all these hummingbirds are using the flowers in the garden as well. I mean, wildlife sort of gravitates to the easiest food source, which are those hummingbird feeders, but they're utilizing everything in the garden, especially the insects.
I think a lot of people forget too that hummingbirds have diet or insects in their diet.
That's right. And one thing that's really cool about Susan's water features are She uses no chemicals in them. So there's ecosystems in all of those water features, and one of those species that utilizes it are midge flies. They're little tiny flies, and that's a main food source for hummingbirds.
So in the background there, you're seeing our cat run, which I put in 20 years ago, actually. And anybody who has cats knows that this isn't enough to keep them entertained, but it's helpful, and it keeps them safe from the wildlife, and it lets them wander around at night when they're more active sometimes, and it keeps the birds and other critters safe from the cats.
And it keeps the cats safe from the wildlife.
Yeah. Although I've seen a couple of instances where I think a coyote tried to get a hold of a cat because the whole wire cage was flopped over on its side. Something tried to get it. More bird feeders.
Yeah, so there's some bird feeders in the yard, and I think the benefit of them is that activity attracts other wildlife, it attracts other birds. They think, well, these birds must be going here for a reason, maybe for food, and they enter the garden, and then these native plants are offering food to all those other species of birds.
So here we're looking at giant buckwheat, which really grows well in the yard. And of course, we've got lots of toyon, which brings a lot of birds. Is this one of your pictures? No, it's one of your pictures, I think, yeah. And the other thing, one of the other things that grows really well in the yard is this bladder pod. I think I've only planted one plant, and every other one is a volunteer. And it's a good habitat plant. Behind that is, I guess it's verbena, and there's the Calliandra californica, which again is very happy in the garden. It just grows everywhere.
A host plant for hair streak butterflies too.
Right, yeah, and they just cover it sometimes. They're just verbena, which is a wonderful choice to use instead of lantana. It's long blooming and attracts a lot of butterflies and other pollinators. And in this area, a lot of silken oak were planted in this area when it was developed. My datura there, so looking so beautiful.
Datura radii.
Yeah, it is happy there. Artemisia, and so this is the sort of first level sidewalk with a lot of plants growing on the sides there.
There's that hummingbird stage again, which has been the star of the weekend.
And which I tried to get more of at the Theodore Payne, and it was so popular there was none left.
We can't keep it stocked here. We literally.
Here's a hummingbird popular plant, which is the Gambelia gensea.
Yeah, I'll pause on this one. This wonderful penstemon relative called Gambelia gensea. It grows. It's native to the coastal dunes in Baja. You can see it growing there, but it has this beautiful, almost juncus-like texture. Gensea meaning rush-like, so it has almost this rush-like.
Yes, it does. You're right.
Vegetative structure, but then it has these beautiful penstemon-like flowers, which you can tell by the fact that they're long and red and tubular that they are going to be.
And so there's a yellow version too. Does it come from the same area, or do you know what the?
I'm not sure where the yellow one comes from. There are two species of Gambelia. There's the Gensea and Speciosa.
Yeah.
The island snapdragon. Both great hummingbird plants, both easy to grow, work well in a lot of kind of urban garden contexts.
Yeah, it grows well here. Fills up a lot of space. And very drought tolerant. So this is going down further down the back hill. We've got a lot of toyon. There's redberry in here. There's fragrant pitcher sage, an oak, kind of a young oak in here. Scott can tell you about these birdhouses, which I think is pretty interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of birdhouses put on the property, and the main reason why you put out birdhouses is because we prune our gardens too much, and don't leave that habitat for secondary cavity nesting birds to nest. Those will be birds who cannot excavate their own cavity themselves. That include bluebirds, oak tip mice, wrens, and nesting is in full swing in the back right now.
On this stairwell to the left, there's a lot of different sages. Oh, and one of my favorite parts of the stairway is that wavy handrail. I just think that's very cute.
Very.
But you can see
Very organic.
Yeah, yeah. Scott has taken a wonderful picture of Tui, right?
Spotted Tui.
A spotted Tui, which if you get his book, you'll see the picture.
and I wanted to comment on this walkway too. One thing that I love that happens over the summer is that all these plants pour over the side onto this path, and so as you walk along, they brush up against you, and the smells stay with you. So they're with you the rest of the day, and that's one thing I love about native plants is the fragrance of so many of them, and how they'll stick with you if they brush up against your body.
Yeah, this right here has a lot of California buckwheat as well as the Gambelia, and we hadn't pruned back the buckwheat in probably, I don't know, 10 years. Finally, last year we did it, which really sort of ruins the look of the thing, but in a couple of years, I guess it'll come back because it was just trailing all over that lawn. It was just beautiful.
And that last water feature that you just showed is very popular with mammals that come into the garden.
Speaking of aromatic plants, we just walked past a pitcher sage, which are wonderfully aromatic.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I've planted quite a bit of that around. It's pretty quick growing, and it's beautiful. And then of course there's the sugar bush, which
there's the pitcher sage again.
Yeah.
Number of different types of pitcher sage.
There are. I didn't know that.
Yes.
And there are many native bees that really utilize that flower.
There's so many great water features on the
Yeah, so this is the lowest, the lowest water feature in the garden. In other words, down the back hillside. And what's so interesting is that when this water feature was first put in, it wasn't really used. As the season went on, it began being used. Now it's one of the most popular water features, and especially with migratory birds. Right now, migratory birds are drinking and bathing in that most of the day. They remember where their resources are, and that includes water, and that's a very, very popular bath in the garden. It looks like we're going to show some wildlife here. Again, those are nesting boxes throughout the garden, and I encourage anyone to put nesting boxes in their garden.
Talk about why the little boxes are below the big box.
Only that the top box there is a barn owl box, and believe it or not, other birds will nest in boxes below a barn owl box, even if it's occupied by a barn owl.
And that's the Acropolis in the background.
This is a view across the canyon. You can see some birds flying off, and toyon on the left. Toyon are just such key species for both birds and pollinators when they're in bloom. So I monitor a lot of the wildlife by using trail cameras, and I do that just to figure out how they're utilizing the garden. We have a lot of high-end camera traps set up, but these I use just to sort of watch their comings and goings. You can move on from that one. I think you show a couple. Yeah, this happens to be on a very popular bath.
Yeah.
This one I have set up for deciding where my next camera setup is going to be. So here's a Western tanager using that bottom bath, and Western tanagers are just beginning to come through the Los Angeles area now, and at times there'll be 10 or 12 on that bath. And so like I said, a lot of mammals utilize the garden. That's a female bobcat who I hope is going to show up with cubs soon. A pair of great horned owls have been here as long as I've been here. I know they're the same pair because their routine is exactly the same. There's no poisons or anything used in the garden. And if you can you stop on this frame for a minute? Because I wanted to talk about our interface with animals. This is one of those vilified animals, striped skunks. Yes, they can spray your pets. and that is no fun. But this is one of those animals that's so beneficial to your garden because they have an excellent sense of smell and they have these great long front claws for digging. And what they do is they go around your garden searching for grubs, and those grubs are eating the roots of your plants. So essentially, they're performing a service for you. It's sort of organic pest control. And it's not just skunks that do that, it's a lot of animals. And if you just embrace this wildlife as opposed to trying to fight with it, it becomes much more of a Zen thing. And it also allows the garden to find a balancing point on the predators and the prey and the pests. Nature just has a way of finding that balancing point. So I would encourage you, if you have these mammals in your yard, let them do what they're doing. They're not going to destroy anything. They're going to be more beneficial than anything else.
All right.
That's a beautiful thought, Scott, and rearranging of how we think about our landscape.
Yes, and see that he's digging for grubs is what he's doing. He's not trying to harm anything. He's helping you out.
He's not messing with anybody's lawn there.
No. There are 10 bat species that I've identified on the property. That's all from the insects that the garden is generating. And of course, lots of hummingbirds. Here's one in a little bit of a spring rain that we had at Corabel's.
And there's that yellow gabulia.
And that's Allen's hummingbird. So even though there's a lot of hummingbird feeders here on the property, the hummingbirds are utilizing the flowers all day long.
On a golden currant here?
Yeah, and so here you have a bird taking advantage of nectar, and in a few months, birds will be taking advantage of the fruit.
Yeah, and there's the other.
Island snapdragon, I think, right? Yeah, and that's a male Allen's hummingbird. And again, toyon, not toyon. It's just so good for birds and so good for pollinators.
And great for another great firewise plant as well.
Great.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
That's American robin. Now here's that top bath again. Those are white-crowned sparrows. These are one of the birds I tell people, if you just sort of tune into the wildlife that enters your yard, you can know what time of year it is. White-crowned sparrows, they arrive in the fall and will be leaving shortly. As we're approaching May, they'll be leaving. These are both leafcutter bees and mason bees. We have lots of solitary bee houses throughout the yard, trying to encourage the native bees as opposed to the European honeybees. That's a beautiful metallic green bee, a female, just stunning bee.
Beautiful.
I can't remember which, whatever. That's a white-banded crab spider. They have the ability to change from white to yellow depending on the flowers they're on. Again, no pesticides allow the predators to take care of the pests. We didn't see any slender salamanders this year because there wasn't enough rain, so they never came up from under the ground. And that's a beautiful cobalt metallic milkweed beetle.
Which is the cover of your book also.
Yes, it is.
I love this shot because it's like almost like a bug's eye view of the garden. You kind of
yeah, and I just want to interject one last thing that, as you build these habitats, it's all about diversity, and it's about the diversity of the animals in your habitat. It's not about the amount of them, but it's about the diversity. And I look at it like kind of fermenting wine. The longer these gardens are allowed to grow and do what they do, the more they ferment, and then the more it attracts, the more diversity, and the more rich it becomes. And even deadwood is habitat. Leave deadwood.
We have left quite a bit of deadwood around for them, which the fire department might be upset about.
Well, there's not whole trees, but there's definitely leaving things on the ground.
So here is a very old bacchus that we took out. Well, we didn't take it out, we just really whacked it back. But prior to the bacchus, I had planted a redbud. And it never was happy there. It wouldn't grow, and it just kind of languished. And so I finally put this bacchus in, and it kept growing up through the bacchus. And just about the time I'd get ready to whack it back and get rid of it, it would bloom one flower. And I kind of left it there until all of a sudden I decided I had to take the bacchus out, and it's still there, and it's growing leaves now. Yeah. So maybe I'll have a redbud there after all these years. Crazy.
I want to pause on this. Really interesting birdhouse here. I see all these spider webs. So I think our first instinct when we see spider webs is to get out the duster and get rid of them, but you guys don't do that. Can you talk about that a little bit, Scott?
We love our spider webs, and so do the critters that use them. The birds and hummingbirds use spider webs in their nest building.
Bush tits use spider webs for their nest building too. They build exactly the same way as hummingbirds do. I mean, I'm just such an advocate for not removing anything natural in the garden because some animal is going to utilize it.
And that was a gift. That was fond memories.
And some people ask, how many birdhouses or too many birdhouses in your environment? There's never too many. Those opportunities are just in natural areas. There's dozens and dozens, or if not hundreds of opportunities for these birds to nest. So by putting one in your garden is not what they're looking for. They're looking for a lot.
We aim to please.
That's another solitary bee house.
That's there's a lot of Lonicera that's growing along that fence there. The honeysuckle that was there when we moved in, actually. I didn't know what it was, but it's there. It's not easy to grow because I've tried it in other places in the yard and it just doesn't seem happy.
Yeah, that can be a tough one at times. This is a really nice bee house because you can take it out and clean it, which is important.
That's very important, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And we're getting, okay, good. I see Katie's answering some questions in the chat. Here's habitat, deadwood.
Yep.
Doesn't have to be all removed. We can leave that in our gardens.
No, I encourage you to leave it in your garden if you can.
Those poppies are so beautiful every year.
It's really a sanctuary and a visionary landscape and a beautiful landscape. And it's been really an honor to be able to share it this year and for so many years on the garden tour. So,
well, it's been an honor to be part of it. And I think that the Theodore Payne Foundation has come so far since I first started putting this garden in 1990. It's just incredible what's happened with the foundation and how the word has gotten out. So many people, and especially this year, holy smoke.
And you guys are going to be open for tours as well?
Yes, we're going to be doing tours. And we've actually done a few tours already, but very small groups. And what we do sometimes, if there's a little bit bigger group than we're comfortable having all in one place, then Scott and I will divide and conquer. And he takes part of the group and I take the other part, and then we switch. And so, and it's good for me, and it's good for people to see the garden and learn about it.
It's definitely a place to be experienced in person, and I hope that we, through Theodore Payne Foundation, maybe can arrange some tours. People are asking how they can find out. We'll put the link to your website in our chat, so you can
Yeah,
connect directly with the garden. But we've offered tours there in the past. We will hopefully explore that for this coming year. It's always an honor to have you guys, and look forward to many more great things together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, and thank you guys for doing this. You really pulled the rabbit out of the hat this year. You really did. It was a lot of work. I know you were stressing.
It was so fun shooting at your.
And that looks like Doug Tallamy to me.
We have Doug Tallamy.
Hi, Doug.
It is.
And Carol Bornstein. How are you guys?
Professor Doug Tallamy is going to be on in a second. We want to give him a very proper introduction. So
absolutely.
Before we get there.
Here's Doug. That'll work.
We've had a wonderful weekend. Aaron and I will come on at the very end to wrap everything up. But we're going to hand off this introduction of Professor Douglas Tallamy to our local legend, Southern California, Los Angeles biodiversity advocate, gardener, horticulturist, and someone who has done so much for us here in LA. And she will introduce our keynote address. Thank you everybody for tuning in this weekend. It's been a blast. I can't wait to hear what Professor Douglas Tallamy has to say. And so let's give him this proper introduction, Carol.
Well, thank you, Evan. Good afternoon, everybody. Before I introduce Doug, there's just a couple of things that I want to say. The first is that if you're tuning in for the first time and have missed all the wonderful activities this weekend, just to let you know that the board of directors at Theodore Payne Foundation has launched a fundraising challenge, and they are going to match any and all donations up to $58,000, a little bit actually more than $58,000. Everyone on the board has pledged that amount, and we are hoping that those of you who are watching, if you are capable and able to contribute whatever amount, we would be very grateful, because the dollars that you would contribute to this match will help Theodore Payne Foundation to continue its wonderful work on providing programs like these, to reach new audiences, to champion California native plants in the landscape, and to deepen the partnerships that we have with many other local organizations that are doing similar work and helping to support and ensure environmental justice for all of the residents of Los Angeles. So we hope that you can help us out in that regard. So I've been watching and listening to all of these discussions and conversations and the incredible gardens that we've been seeing over the last couple of days. And it's been very inspiring to me, even though I've been doing this kind of work myself for a few decades. It's always wonderful to see and hear new voices, and the incredible work and inspiration that is coming from all the people who've participated in this program this weekend, from their new ideas about how to engage new audiences and to build community through our gardens, to just some of the more practical techniques that are essential to ensuring success in the gardens that we are creating. And everybody who has participated here has actually contributed to a program that I hope Doug will talk about in his presentation, his homegrown national park, that we have the capability through our individual gardens, our community gardens, our public spaces, to conserve the incredible biodiversity, not just here in California, but across the country. There goes my cat. And to take matters into our own hands. We don't have to wait for government agencies to do this work for us. And I look forward to hearing him talk a little bit more about that in his presentation, because we still have an awful lot of work to do. I sometimes get discouraged by the sea of endless lawn throughout Los Angeles. And I'm not entirely opposed to lawn. There are places for lawns, but when they're used to no good purpose and all the resources that they consume, they really have very little to contribute in terms of wildlife habitat. The leaf blowers and the mowers that are constantly being employed to maintain those lawns and other landscapes that are just not sustainable, that pollute the air that we all breathe. And the over pruning of trees in our urban forest that are robbing all of us of much needed shade and contributing a lot of other ecosystem services. So there's a lot that we have ahead of us to continue to improve on more sustainable practices, and to probably mangle the quote by Carlos Fuentes from the other day, Flores rather, that well-designed gardens provide more than they take. And that's definitely something that I hope we can all strive for. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Doug Tallamy, and it's really my distinct honor to do so. I think of him as one of our horticultural and environmental heroes because of all of the fabulous work that he has done over the past few decades. Doug is a professor in the Department of Entomology and Wildlife Ecology at the University of Delaware, where he has been teaching insect-related classes for over 40 years. He's published something on the order of 80 research papers focusing on the interactions between insects and plants and how that affects the animal communities overall. And he has authored 3 books. The first one which really was a groundbreaker, bringing nature home, that changed the conversation about gardening that we have in our country. And I think that was based in large degree on his own personal experiences in his own garden, as he's transformed his property by planting more and more local natives and seeing the incredible explosion of wildlife that began visiting and taking up residence in his garden. And then he followed that up with another best-selling book called Nature's Best Hope. And that is the one where he introduced this, I think, brilliant idea of using the power of one garden at a time to help to conserve and what's the word I'm looking for? Reinstate, restore some of the degraded habitat across the country. And now he has a brand new book titled The Nature of Oaks, where he is championing the planting and the protecting of oaks throughout the country. And we're blessed here in California with roughly 20 species of native oak trees, as well as shrubs, all of which are, I would consider to be keystone species in their respective habitats for the tremendous amount of wildlife they support as food sources and shelter. And even if we don't have space in our own gardens to, I'm sorry, my cat is bombing this, to plant an oak tree in our own garden, maybe we can help to plant trees in our school gardens, public parks, or in a restoration project that will support wildlife throughout the greater community here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Doug, who I know is going to provide a wonderful, inspiring presentation for us.
Well, thank you very much, Carol. I'm not sure I can add anything to that. Are there any questions? Yeah, wonderful introduction. And it was good to see Susan again. Haven't seen her in years. I was going to wear my Theodore Payne shirt, but a couple months ago, it simply fell apart. So I can't wear it anymore. Now, I want to remind you that I live in Pennsylvania. So, I take a lot of pictures and most of them are from Pennsylvania. I've done my best to westernize this talk with examples, but what I'm talking about are principles that apply anywhere. So, so you won't recognize some of these things, but that's okay, because a lot of them are happening in some regard everywhere. I do want to talk about my idea of what nature's best hope is today. But before I do that, I want to talk about something that happened on the East Coast of the US in 2019. We had what we call an oak mast, where all the members of the red oak group got together and decided to make their acorns at the same time. And this is what it looked like in a lot of places. Well, I'm easily entertained. So I took one of those acorns and I just stared at it. And I was rewarded because an insect started to chew its way out of the acorn. And first it chewed a hole for its head capsule, forced its head through. Then it forced the rest of its body through that little hole. It was a tight squeeze. Kind of looked like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Finally plopped down. This is a very dangerous time for this insect because it is good to eat, full of a lot of protein, a lot of fat. So it gets to safety by wiggling and squirming below the surface of the ground. Takes about 30 seconds. And once it's underground, it stretches in all directions and forms a chamber. And within that chamber, it pupates. It transfers itself to a pupa, and then it stays there for 2 years. After 2 years, comes out as an acorn weevil. This is what an acorn weevil looks like. A lot of people think weevils have big noses because it looks like they do, but that's actually an extension of the head capsule, and the mouth parts are way down here at the end of that extension. And they take those mouth parts, chew a hole down into the center of the acorn, and lay an egg in that hole, and then the egg hatches, and that's how the larva gets down there. You might wonder why they spend 2 years underground. Why don't they come out the next year? It takes red oak acorns 18 months to complete their development. So if they came out the very next year, they wouldn't have any acorns. That does leave a hole in the acorn, and it's a true vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum. And in this case, she has filled it with 3 species of temnothorax ants, tiny little ants where the entire colony lives in the holes made by acorn weevils. And when they discover a new acorn, they're excited because their old acorn's falling apart. So they tell everybody time to move. They grab the larvae, they grab the eggs. Everybody works very hard. And in about 30 minutes, they have moved into the new acorn. They post a guard here and make sure nobody else comes in, and they will live in this new acorn for the next 2 years until it falls apart. Well, about this time, my wife, sometimes I practice my talks in front of my wife, and first time I did this talk, she said, "What's your point? What are you trying to tell us?" She's very nice about it. My point is that that's just one of literally millions of very specialized interactions, largely between animals and plants. And those are the interactions that comprise most of nature. And they're specialized like this one, the relationship between scrub jays and oaks. Oaks are jays of all kinds are the primary disperser of oak acorns. The relationship between pileated woodpeckers and carpenter ants. That's what they rear their young on. So you won't have pileated woodpeckers unless you have lots of carpenter ants, and you won't have carpenter ants unless you have the big trees that make those carpenter ants. You won't have the beloved Emarginia, a beautiful moth that is a specialist on mistletoe, which is a specialist on oaks. So a lot of specialization going on there. And there are at least 60 species of native California bees that can only reproduce on the pollen of perennial sunflowers. So pollen specialization is very common in our native bees. We've got about 4,000 species of native bees, and over a third of them can only reproduce in the pollen of particular plants. So I could talk all day about the specialized relationships that comprise nature. But today, these relationships, nature itself is on the ropes. And it's on the ropes because we didn't take Teddy Roosevelt's advice. Way back in 1908, Teddy heard that the state of Arizona was going to mine the Grand Canyon. So he went to the canyon, looked out over the edge, and said, "Leave it as it is." And with those 5 words, he started the process of creating the Grand Canyon National Park. Well, the problem, of course, is that we can't leave the country as it was because we haven't. Only about 5% of the lower 48 states is anything close to its original pristine ecological condition. And that's, of course, because we have logged the country repeatedly. We have tilled it, we have drained it, we have grazed it. We've got 770 million acres of rangeland, 4.5 times the size of Texas. And of course, we paved it or otherwise developed it. We've straightened our rivers and dammed them, and you can spell that any way you want. We have polluted our skies and changed our climate for centuries to come. We've drained our aquifers. We've introduced more than 3,300 species of plants from other continents, many of which are running amok in our natural areas. In short, we have carved up those natural areas into tiny remnants of their former selves. And each one of those remnants are too small and too isolated from other such remnants to sustain the species that run the ecosystems that we all depend on. Why have we done that? Well, I guess we thought that our nest, planet Earth, was so large that we could foul it forever and there wouldn't be any consequences. But obviously we're wrong about that. And that's why we're seeing headlines, pretty scary headlines like this. The insect apocalypse is here. What does it mean for the rest of Earth? What the rest of life on Earth? Talking about the global decline of insects. This one equally scary. North America has lost 3 billion birds in the last 50 years. It's 1/3 of the North American bird population gone. And now the UN says, well, we're going to lose 1 million species to extinction, probably in the next 20 years. And then they go on to the next headline, as if that's an option. They might as well say we're going to lose oxygen in the next 20 years. It's not an option to lose 1 million species. We have to make sure that does not happen. So I could go on talking about the pox that we humans have delivered upon the environment, thus upon all of our houses. But you've heard enough about that. That's not what this talk is about. It's about a cure for that pox. And it's a cure that'll take small efforts from lots of people, but those small efforts will deliver enormous physical, psychological, and environmental benefits to everybody. Let's return briefly to this headline. The insect apocalypse is here. What does it mean for the rest of life on Earth? Well, the great E.O. Wilson, Harvard emeritus at this point, the most famous entomologist ever, told us what it would mean if we were to lose insects on planet Earth. And he did it way back in 1987 with this paper, The Little Things That Run the World. And his message was very, very simple. Life as we know it depends on insects. And if they were to disappear, so would most of our flowering plants. And if most of our flowering plants disappeared, it would change energy flow through our terrestrial habitats so drastically that the food webs that support our animals, the amphibians, reptiles, birds, mammals, and even many of our freshwater fish, those food webs would collapse and those animals would disappear. The biosphere, the living portion of the earth, would rot because we would have lost insect decomposers. And all we would have left is bacteria and fungi. And of course, humans wouldn't survive any of those drastic changes. The good news is we can save our insects. We can save our birds. We can save nature itself, but we're going to have to change the way we landscape in order to do it. Why is that? Well, remember, humans are products of nature. We are totally dependent on healthy natural ecosystems because they deliver what we call ecosystem services. And people think of ecosystem services as if they are just for humans. But, you know, ecosystems are supporting all the life that's out there, not just us. This is what plants deliver us for us. Oxygen, pretty important. You know that one large oak tree in 70 days produces enough oxygen to keep me alive for a year. I'm glad they do that. They clean our water, slow its journey to the sea where it's too salty to use. They capture carbon, enormously important today. Pull that carbon out of the atmosphere, lock it up in their tissues, but then pump the extra carbon through their roots into the ground. Our soils are brown or black because of the carbon that plant roots have stored there over the eons. They build topsoil, they hold it in place, they prevent floods, they dampen severe weather. And what I left off there is they capture energy from the sun and turn it into food for everything. Also pretty important. What do animals do for plants? They provide pest control services. They pollinate nearly 90% of our flowering plants. They disperse plant seeds and other important things. So designing landscapes like this that destroy the production of ecosystem services is no longer an option. It never was a good option, but today it's a terrible idea because we've got so many people on the planet. We've got 7.8, 7.9 billion people. We need more ecosystem services today than ever before. It is not the time to be taking large portions of the earth out of commission for a status symbol. There have been visionaries through the ages who have recognized that we humans needed to work on our relationship with planet Earth, and Aldo Leopold was one of the most eloquent, wrote extensively in the first half of the 1900s. And one of the things he said is the oldest task in human history is to live in a piece of land without spoiling it. Now, there have been indigenous groups that have been able to do that, but you know, our huge Western societies and our huge Asian societies have been terrible at doing that. We habitually take more from the earth than it has to offer, completely ruining an area, going to another area, doing the same thing. Obviously not sustainable. So Aldo had a dream. He dreamt that we would actually learn how to use the earth in the ways we needed to. We needed to farm and lumber and graze and mine and do all those things, but we would learn to do them gently enough that we didn't destroy local ecosystems. And that's what he called developing a land ethic. And he wrote about it in the Sand County Almanac. What he didn't write about that I know of is developing a land ethic where we actually live. And I'm not sure why that was, but I suspect the notion that humans and nature cannot coexist in the same place at the same time. That notion was so deeply embedded in the culture of Aldo Leopold's day, and it's still embedded in our own. He may not have recognized it as an option. But what I want to argue today, though, is that not only is living with nature an option, it is now the only viable option that's left to us. In other words, we've got to find ways for nature to thrive in human-dominated landscapes. You know, not hang on by a thread, but thrive. Where should we start? Well, we have to start. We cannot ignore private property, and that's what's so valuable about these plant tours that you people are putting on. You get to see how you do this at home. In the East, 85.6% of the East, east of the Mississippi is privately owned. California actually has the least amount of private property. Only 52% of California is privately owned, but the overall country is about 75%. Most of the land is privately owned. And if we ignore it for conservation, we're going to fail, because that means we're working in areas that are too small and too isolated to sustain the species that run the ecosystems that we all depend on. But there are a number of areas where we could be doing conservation where right now we're really not doing a good job. How about power and pipeline rights of ways? We got 21 million acres in those types of landscapes. Railroad rights of ways, another 3 million acres. Golf courses, 2 million acres. Airports. You know, the Denver airport is twice the size of Manhattan. These are big areas. Roadside, 17 more million acres. Then we have all the places we live, both in rural areas and suburbia, our cities, hundreds of millions of acres in those landscapes. If you add up these areas, that's 599 million acres. And you can think of other areas you could throw in there. How big is 599 million acres? It's big. It's bigger than Vermont, plus New Jersey, plus Maine, Virginia, New York, Georgia, Florida, Oklahoma, Montana, California, even Texas throw in there. So not having a place to do conservation is not the issue. We can find areas to do conservation almost anywhere. Now, when I talk about conservation, I'm talking about rebuilding nature. It's really closer to restoration, but everybody said, well, you're not going to restore exactly what was there. That's right, we're not, but we can put many of those specialized interactions back together again and create a functional ecosystem again, even if it's not exactly what was there, 1,000 years ago. But to do that, we have to start with the building blocks. Not all species contribute to ecosystem function equally. So there are groups we can't do without. And in terms of sustaining food webs, there are two groups. One, the plants that capture the energy from the sun. Most of them are flowering plants. They turn it into food. Well, you're not going to have those flowering plants unless you have the pollinators that allow those flowering plants to reproduce. And now the energy is locked up in the leaves of those plants. And most vertebrates do not eat plants directly. They eat something that ate plants. That's something typically as insects. And it turns out that caterpillars are transferring more energy from plants to other animals than any other type of plant eater. So we need to develop landscapes with a lot of caterpillars in them, or it's not going to work. Most of the energy will remain locked up in plants, and you will have a failed food web. I'm going to use the Carolina chickadee as an example. You've got a number of species of chickadees in the West and titmice. These are just great model organisms. They're not, there's nothing special about them. They do eat seeds during the wintertime. About 50% of the chickadee's seed diet is seeds in the wintertime. And people think, well, that's all they need. But when they're reproducing, their babies can't eat seeds. And that is true for most of the birds in North America. Babies cannot eat seeds. So they switch to insects. And if they're in a healthy environment, they will rear their young exclusively on caterpillars. And again, they are not exceptions. Most of the birds, 96% of our terrestrial birds are rearing their young on insects, and most of those insects are caterpillars. How do I know that? There's a number of lines of evidence that point to that, but this is a citizen science project that one of my students did recently. She put out a call, this is Ashley Kennedy's work, put out a call for bird photographers all over the country to take pictures of birds during the breeding season. And they were going to send the pictures to Ashley. The object was to get pictures of the parents as they brought food to the nest. She was going to send the pictures to Ashley. She was going to identify what the prey items in the beaks were and then reconstruct the nestling diet for as many of the common birds in North America as she could. She got thousands of pictures and she was able to reconstruct the nestling diet of 20 of our common bird families. And that's what you're looking at here. The green bars are the percentage of those diets that were caterpillars. And in 16 out of the 20 common bird families, caterpillars dominated the diet. So again, what would happen if we design landscapes that don't have enough caterpillars? Most of our birds would not be able to reproduce. So there's something special about caterpillars. What is it? Actually, there's a number of things special about caterpillars, and one of the most important is one of the simplest. They're soft. Think of this guy as if he's a little sausage with a very thin wrapper. The thin wrapper is its exoskeleton, its cuticle. It's made of chitin, it's undigestible, and the birds don't want a lot of that. And because the caterpillar is soft, you can stuff it down the throat of your offspring without fear of injuring it. And if you've ever watched a parent bird rear their young, they're pretty rough. They take their beak, it's like a plunger. They just stuff it down there. Caterpillars are also relatively large prey items. One medium-sized caterpillar is equal to the biomass of 200 aphids. And some of our smaller birds do chase aphids around. But do you want to chase 200 aphids or get one caterpillar? They're nutritious. They're very high in fat, very high in protein, have a low percentage of chitin, of exoskeleton, compared to most other insects, particularly beetles. Beetles are not like little sausages. They're like little tanks. So much of a beetle is undigestible, and a lot of beetles have sharp edges too. And finally, it turns out the caterpillars are the best source of carotenoids for birds during the breeding season. Now, I mentioned carotenoids not because I love organic chemistry, but because I'm a vertebrate and you're a vertebrate and birds are vertebrates, and we vertebrates cannot make our own carotenoids. Only plants make carotenoids. So we have to get our carotenoids from plants, and we have to get them from plants because carotenoids are essential components of vertebrate diets. And that's why my wife, Cindy, makes sure I have lots of carrots. So I eat my beta carotene, and lots of tomatoes. So I get my lycopene, and lots of whatever that is. So I get my lutein. And when I eat those things, it stimulates my immune system. And I can't think of a better time to have a healthy immune system. Carotenoids are antioxidants. They run around our body, protect our DNA from oxidative damage. They improve color vision. When your mother said, eat your carrots, you will see better, she was right. She didn't know she was right. Turns out she was right. They improve sperm vitality, improve sexual attractiveness. Now we're talking about things like this male prothonotary warbler, who is bright yellow because he's had access to lots of luteins. And he takes those luteins and makes pigments out of them and puts them in his feathers. And the brighter yellow he is, the more ladies he attracts. Well, where are they getting their carotenoids from? From the insects and spiders and things that they're eating, of course. But carotenoids are not equally distributed among those prey items. These first two bars here are types of caterpillars. They have far more carotenoids than other types of bird prey. The third bar is orthopteroids. Here's my pointer. Things like crickets and grasshoppers and katydids. Here are the adult caterpillars down here, the moths and the butterflies themselves. Far fewer carotenoids because they're not eating green leaves. That's where the carotenoids are. Only the caterpillars eat green leaves. And here's the earthworm way down here. So the early bird gets the worm, but he doesn't get any carotenoids when he gets the worm. So those data and lots of other studies suggest that caterpillars are probably not optional parts of bird diets. It's looking like they are essential parts of bird diets. So let's just say birds need caterpillars. Okay, how many do they need? Is 1 or 2 enough? Is 1 or 2 a day enough? Well, let's go back to chickadees. Again, a lot of data on chickadees. How many caterpillars does it take to make a nest of chickadees? Now we focus on breeding birds because if you don't breed, you don't have birds very long. So that's a pretty important time in their life history. How many caterpillars does it take to make a clutch of chickadees? 1 or 2 is not enough. 1 or 2 a day is not enough. It takes 6,000 to 9,000 caterpillars to get 1 clutch of a bird that's 1/3 of an ounce, just to the point where they leave the nest. And after they leave the nest, after they fledge, the parents continue to feed them caterpillars for another 21 days, but they're flying all around, so nobody knows how many that is. You're talking about tens of thousands of caterpillars to make a nest of chickadees. And if you want chickadees breeding in your yard, and we do, because in so many places, that's all that's left, you have to have all those caterpillars in your yard. Because the chickadee's foraging about 50 meters from the nest. It's not flying 5 miles down the road to the nearest woodlot. And if you don't have all those caterpillars in your yard, that's called insect decline. And there's more and more evidence that insect decline is directly linked to the bird declines that everybody's measuring. We went to the original data set from Rosenberg et al. that said we've lost 3 billion birds in the last 50 years. And we split those, the terrestrial bird species up into 2 groups. The insects that require the birds that require insects at some point in their life history, typically when they're breeding, and the birds that don't require insects. Things like doves and finches that can reproduce on seeds. They didn't lose any number. They actually gained a little bit. But the birds that require insects, on average, lost 10 million individuals per species over the last 50 years. This does not prove cause and effect, but it sure is suggestive that as our insect populations decline, so do our birds. You know, it's pretty simple. You take away the bird food, they're not going to do well. So if we want birds and all the other things that eat insects that I'm not talking about, we've got to change the way we landscape so that we actually create populations of these insects, sustainable populations, which means we have to, you know, the primary goal of landscaping in the past has been to create a beautiful landscape. It's all been about aesthetics. So we still want to focus on that, but we've got to add function to the plants that we choose. Plants are not just decorations. So how do we do that? Well, you can add caterpillars to your landscape by adding the plants that make them. That makes sense. There is a catch though, and that is that most plants do not make a lot of caterpillars. And the monarch butterfly illustrates it as well as anything else. You can have all of the plants from Asia or the Mediterranean or South America in your yard that you want, and you won't make a single monarch butterfly because the only thing that they can develop on is milkweeds. That's called host plant specialization. That's what plant fussiness is. And monarchs are not exception. 90% of the insects that eat plants are host plant specialists. Why? Because plants have made them that way. Plants don't want to be eaten. They want to capture the energy from the sun and use it for their own growth and reproduction. So they've loaded their leaves with nasty tasting chemicals, secondary metabolic compounds that make those leaves either bitter or downright toxic. And it's a really effective defense. It keeps most of the insects of the world from eating most of the plants of the world. And that's why it's green out there. It's not because there are no insects out there that want to eat those plants. It's because most of the insects that are out there cannot eat most of the plants. They are too well protected. And if you don't believe me, after this talk, go outside and eat a plant. See if you like it. You're not gonna like it. There's a reason it's hard to get our kids to eat their vegetables. They inherently know that they're toxic. That's my little joke, but this is not a joke. Insects do eat plants. How do they do that? How do they get around those chemical defenses? Well, this is where the specialization comes in. Again, 90% of the insects that eat plants only eat the plants, the plant lineages on which they have specialized over evolutionary time. Every plant lineage that's out there protects itself with a unique cocktail of chemical defenses. And an insect can't adapt to all of them. So they pick one or two that are pretty similar, and they get good at eating those. They develop specialized enzymes that store and detoxify and excrete those nasty compounds. They develop behavioral adaptations and life history adaptations that minimize the insect's exposure to those compounds. But it does take a long period of evolutionary history with those plants in order for those adaptations to develop. And once they do develop, they lock the insect into eating just those plant lineages because they didn't spend any time developing the adaptations for other types of plants. That's where the specialization comes in. And that's why when we bring in plants from other continents, our insects can't eat them. You know, there are rare exceptions, but by and large, they can't eat them. So those plants really depress insect populations, which wrecks the food web. And of course, many of those plants escape into our natural areas. They're the invasive species we have out there, creating big problems. So all I'm trying to say here is that plant choice matters. And if we're trying to rebuild viable food webs wherever we've dismantled them, we've got to choose the right plants or it's not going to work. And I'm going to give you 3 examples where it has worked to show you how easy it can be. Of course, you just looked at a bunch of examples today, but here are 3 examples that I know about. And I'm going to start with my house right here. This is where my wife Cindy and I lived. This is what it looked like when we moved in. It was on an old farm that was broken up and sold. Very old farm. It's been farmed for 300 years. And the last thing they did was mow it for hay. And when you're mowing for hay in this part of the world, you're merely mowing all the invasive plants from Asia, the rootstocks. So the autumn olive and the multiflora rose and the oriental bittersweet and the Japanese honeysuckle and the bush honeysuckle and the porcelain berry and on and on and on. You mow that and you call that hay. Of course, when we built the house, they stopped mowing. And that means all of those things came back because they had viable roots in the ground. And this is what our property looked like. That is Cindy getting ready to clear the property. If you have a serious invasive species problem, don't despair. You can win. It's a battle. It's a lot of work. You have to stay at it. Fortunately, Cindy likes doing it. So she did it. She did it. 10 acres pretty much by herself. What was I doing while she was working hard? I was telling her she's doing a great job. But I was also putting the plants back. I mean, the object was to recreate the biodiversity that used to be in our property by putting the plants that support the caterpillars that support those food webs. So here's an example. I wanted to see if I could attract the Canadian owlet to our property. That's what it looks like. I'd never seen a Canadian owlet. Well, and that's what the adult looks like, just like a leaf. In order to have Canadian owlet, you have to have meadow rue. There's no meadow rue around here. It's been farmed to death, probably been hundreds of years since it's been here. So I got some seeds from someplace and planted the meadow rue. Grew really nicely, but this was early on, and I actually had little hope that Canadian owlets would find my meadow rue. It's just a little patch of meadow rue. So I didn't go out and check it. But after it was around 2 months, I walked by accidentally and looked, and were Canadian owlets all over it, eating my meadow rue. So it was a big success. They had found it right away. And now we have a good population of meadow rue and Canadian owlets. So we've added 2 species to this farm property. Same story with the goldenrod stowaway, this beautiful yellow moth. Actually, this is a misnomer, has nothing to do with goldenrod. It is a specialist on Biden's aristosa, that plant. I did know where there were some Bidens. It was in a power line cut about 14 miles away. So I got some seeds, planted them, they grew really nicely. Well, it took a full year for the moth to find my Bidens, but it has, and now we've got a good population of both of these. So we've added 4 species. Wanted the hackberry emperor, not because it's the most beautiful butterfly, but because it belongs here. Well, as its name suggests, it's a specialist on hackberry, and we didn't have any hackberry. So I planted hackberry. It took 4 years for the butterfly to find our hackberry, but they have another big success. I walked by one of my hackberry trees in June last year, and there were 9 hackberry emperor caterpillars on a single branch. So there we go, added 6 species, and that's how it's gone. I did not plant goldenrod. It came in on its own, and along with it came many of the insects that eat goldenrod, like the brown hooded owlet, the Arcigera flower moth, the goldenrod leaf miner, the distinct Sparaginothus, the goldenrod gall moth. This, interestingly enough, is the goldenrod flower moth. It hasn't come yet. I don't know why it hasn't come yet. That's what the adult looks like. That's what the caterpillars look like. But this is part of the fun. This is anticipation. It's like waiting for the ketchup to come out of the bottle. Every year I go out and I check my goldenrod, hoping to find the goldenrod flower moth. And one of these years I will, and that'll be a great day. I planted Virginia creeper. You know, in the East, people don't like Virginia creeper, but I don't know why. It's a great native plant. It can climb our trees without girdling them, without pulling them down, makes great berries for the birds in the fall. It's an excellent pollinator plant, even though the flowers are not showy for humans. Has good fall color, and it's the primary host plant of the large sphinx moths that are the primary part of the nestling diet of cardinals. Like the Pandora Sphinx and its beautiful adult, the lettered sphinx, the Og Sphinx, the Abbott Sphinx, all on Virginia creeper. I want to see if I could get the double-toothed prominent on our property, just because it's such a cool looking caterpillar. I mean, who wouldn't want the double-toothed prominent? Well, it's an elm specialist. I got some seeds in the gutter at the University of Delaware from some American elm trees that did not die from the Dutch elm disease. Planted them, they grow quickly. So that was 19 years ago. They're about 80 feet tall now. And the double-toothed prominent came right away. Wanted the evening primrose moth because it's beautiful. I like beauty like anybody else. But we didn't have any evening primrose, so I planted it. The moth came eventually. It spends its day with its head stuffed in the flowers. It's very cute. And you have a beautiful moth on evening primrose as well, the Pacific green sphinx moth. That's on my bucket list to try to see one of those. I had to get this picture from the web. So you can do the same thing. And then, of course, I planted lots of oaks. Now, these are just examples of the trees I have put back into our yard. This is the Oregon oak, so it's one of the species that you have. But you do. I'm sure that California has more oaks than any other state in the union. We do have 91 species of oaks in North America, though. But they can be huge. And I hear people say, I'm not going to plant an oak because I won't live long enough to enjoy it. And if you can only enjoy your oak when it's 400 years old, you're right. You won't live long enough. But your oaks start to contribute to your landscape immediately. And I can say that with confidence because I planted my oaks as acorns. And a few were 2-foot bare root whips. So by the way, acorns are free. The bare root whips cost about $1.50. And right away, they started to bring in the moths that support the food web that I'm talking about, like the solitary oak leaf miner, Juvenil's dusky wing, the yellow-shouldered moth, the orange-headed epicalema, the red-washed caterpillar, the yellow-vested moth, the orange-tufted oneida, the spiny oak caterpillar, the two-spotted oak punky, the variable oak leaf caterpillar, the red-humped oak worm, the orange-humped oak worm, the pink-striped oak worm, the spun glass slug caterpillar, my favorite, the delightful dagger moth, the pleasant dagger moth, the lesser oak dagger moth, the greater oak dagger moth, the streaked dagger moth, the afflicted dagger moth, the crowned bucolatrix, the white blotched heterocampa, the oblique heterocampa, the red line panapoda, the laugher, and literally hundreds more species have come to my oaks, and they come right away. This is a pin oak that has just popped its head above the leaves, and here's a Crocus geometer, a caterpillar standing on the ground eating the leaves of that plant. And you say, oh no, it's eating the plant. This is what the plant's there for. It's not going to kill it. It's contributing to the food web the very first year of its life. So you can appreciate your oaks if you appreciate what they're doing. This is what our yard looks like now. Well, it will look like this in about a month when all the leaves are out. I'm sitting in this window right here. So, you know, we're kind of traditional. We got a little bit of lawn here, but we put a lot of the plants back. And one of the things that I learned early on is that every time I put a new lineage of plant in our yard, I get new species of moths that specialize on that lineage. So 4 years ago, I made it a goal to take a picture of every species of moth that I could find on our property. And I'm still at it, but I am up to 1,042 species of moths on our 10 acres. Now we do have 10 acres. Pennsylvania is 2.4 million acres, believe it or not. So on 1/240,000th of the land area, we've got 40% of all the moths that occur in the entire state. And because so many of these are types of bird food, we have recorded 59 species of birds that have bred on our 10 acres. Not flew by, but bred. You know, this is another scary headline that we saw last fall. The World Wildlife Fund says that we've lost 2/3 of our wildlife since 1970. But I'm thinking, not at our house, not at the Gottlieb's house. I'm sure that we have increased biodiversity by more than 2/3, and it didn't take that long. We did it by putting the plants back. So I'm offering this as hope. I mean, don't despair when you see headlines like this. We can turn it around, but by we, I mean everybody. We all have to put the plants back, and we have to do it everywhere. But I know what you're thinking. What if you don't own 10 acres? Will it work on smaller lots? That is a good question. So let's go to Margie and Dan Terpstra's house in Kirkwood, Missouri. We're working our way across the country here. They have 0.6 acres, 18 times less land than Cindy and I have. And they're in a typical suburban development. All their neighbors have the big lawns. The big invasive plant in Kirkwood, Missouri is Amur honeysuckle, bush honeysuckle from Asia. So the first thing they did was get rid of that. Then they put in a lot of species of native plants. And this is early springtime, but they also put in what they call a bubbler. And then they sat back and started to count the birds that were using their property. So they're up to 149 bird species that have used their property, including 35 warbler species. Just to put that in perspective, we've only recorded 8 warbler species at our house. And again, we've got 18 times more land. So does it work on smaller properties? Absolutely. And of course, this is Kathy Kramer's yard, I believe, up in the San Francisco area. So you can do the same thing in California. Can it work in urban yards? Let's go to Pam Carlson's house in Chicago. And I mean in Chicago, right on the other side of this wall is the O'Hare Airport, one of the runways of O'Hare Airport. Kennedy Expressway is over here. Pam has 1/10 of an acre. It's 3 times smaller than the average lot size in North America. It's a pretty 1/10 of an acre, but it's an isolated yard. There is no connectivity with any other natural area around her. And she did the same thing though. She took out her invasive plants and put in 60 species of native plants, including a water feature for the birds. And then she sat back and started to count her birds. Oh, outdated. It's 118 species of birds that she's seen so far in her yard, including a woodcock. There's Pam's woodcock. So if you haven't seen a woodcock lately, go to Pam's house. What about city centers though? 82% of us live in cities. Can it work there as well? Well, in 2014, I was staring at this plant, Asclepias tuberosa. People call it butterfly weed, which reminds me, we've got a marketing issue with many of our native plants. We call them weeds and wonder why people don't plant them. So let's not call it butterfly weed. Let's call it Monarch's Delight. All right, I was staring at Monarch's Delight 2014, and the first thing I saw were 2 species of leafcutter bee, megachilid bee. I know they're leafcutter bees because they carry their pollen on their tummy, not on their legs. Well, leafcutter bees have very strict requirements. Not only do they need pollen and nectar, but they need soft leaves, and redbud leaves are perfect because they cut the edges of those leaves out, snip them out, and roll up the area that they cut out into a tube, stuff it full of pollen, lay an egg on it, and then they stuff that whole package into a crack or a crevice. Well, there was a redbud growing right next to the Monarch's Delight I was looking at, so the leafcutter bees had everything they needed, and I'm sure that's why they were there. Pretty sure that's why bumblebees were there as well. Bumblebees, of course, overwinter as queens, which means they have no workers when they emerge in the spring. They have to rebuild the colony entirely themselves. So they need a lot of very efficient foraging. In other words, a lot of pollen, a lot of nectar nearby that they can gather. Otherwise, the colony's not going to make it. Well, I think that redbud provided it. It's got early season bloom, exactly what the bumblebees need to get going. Probably why they were there. And then I saw a monarch. Actually, I saw two monarchs foraging on Monarch's Delight. Now, this was 2014. In 2013, I had gone the entire year without seeing a single monarch. It was the low point of the monarch population in the East. Only 3.6% of them left. And I know the terrible, terrible state that your Western monarchs are in. You have fewer than those left. But I was encouraged. Here they were, and it was June. That's early to see monarchs as far north as where we live. So, you know, maybe the monarchs weren't going to disappear after all. It was heartening. Why were they there? Well, they had Monarch's Delight, but there was another species of milkweed there as well. I think it's purple milkweed. So they had nectar, but they had their host plant. They could reproduce. Everything they needed was right there. Do you know where I was? I was on the High Line in the middle of Manhattan, New York. The High Line it was a elevated railroad that was abandoned for decades. And somebody went up there and saw a bunch of native plants growing all on their own. And they said, well, let's make this a tourist destination. So they did. And it is a tourist destination. Literally millions of people go to the High Line every year. It's always crowded. And this is the amount of nature that we're talking about, 30 feet above the taxis, right in the middle of Manhattan. This is Rick Dark. He was a co-author on a book they did called The Living Landscape. And he was always after me to go to the High Line, see the beautiful plants. I'm not much of a city boy, so I drag my feet. But also seeing beautiful plants with nothing on them is actually depressing to me. And I was convinced that there'd be nothing on plants in the middle of Manhattan. But I was completely wrong. Everything I just described to you, I saw in 20 minutes. Somebody has just finished a study of the bees using the High Line. They're up to 30 species right now. So they are finding this little strip of nature, which convinced me that, you know, if thoughtful native plantings can bring life back to the middle of Manhattan, we can do this anywhere. But there are four things we need to think about if we're going to succeed. And one of them is we need to shrink the area that's in lawn. There is a lot of lawn. You know, California has lawn, but not like we've got in the East. I mean, there's 40 million acres of lawn in the US, which is the size of New England, dedicated to a status symbol. And of course, it's ecologically dead, particularly the way we treat it. So we're not going to get rid of our status symbols. It says we're good neighbors. We know what the culture is, and we're not rebels, and everybody appreciates that. But we can have less of it. We don't need all that to demonstrate that we are good people. So let's cut the area of lawn in half. The area we keep will still manicure. And we'll show that status symbol, but we're going to revitalize half the area that's in lawn. If we do that, if we replant half the area that's in lawn, we can create a new national park. That'll give us 20 million acres to work with. And if we do it at home, we can call it Homegrown National Park. And it will be bigger than the Adirondacks, plus Yellowstone, plus Yosemite, Grand Tetons, Canyonlands, Mount Rainier, North Cascades, plus the Badlands National Park, Olympic National Park, Sequoia National Park, plus the Grand Canyon, plus Denali, which is huge, plus the Great Smoky Mountains. Add up all those parks, still less than 20 million acres. So we will have the largest park in the US. And there are distinct advantages of putting a park at home. Here are just a few. You get to develop a personal relationship or redevelop a personal relationship with nature. Maybe you had one as a child. You can do it at your own time and in your own pace. A lot of health benefits involved with doing that. I don't have time to talk about it, but it is worth it. And you can do it avoiding crowds. All you have to do is go outside. If you go to a real national park, millions of other people there, and that may not be your goal. It's free. There's no admission fee. It's never closed, by the way, no matter what pandemic comes down the pike. No travel hassles. You get to experience the natural world alone, which I think is absolutely necessary if you're going to develop that personal relationship. And it's particularly valuable for our kids who are suffering from nature deficit disorder. Your own Richard Louv tells us about this. So, we're trying. We get 30 kids, we put them on a bus with a teacher, and they drive for an hour, and they go to a natural place, and they walk around for an hour. The teacher tells them not to touch anything. Then they get back in the bus and they go home, and that's their exposure to the natural world. which I'm sure is better than nothing. But it's really exposure to 30 other kids and a teacher telling them not to touch anything. If they have some part of the natural world in their yard, all they have to do is go outside and alone, no parental supervision. Let them work it out. Let them develop that relationship with the natural world, which is so important because they are the future stewards of the planet. If they don't know anything about what they're stewarding, they won't want to steward it, and they'll be lousy at it. And maybe they will learn how to hunt lizards. I'm learning this from my own granddaughter. This is Zoe, who lives in Hawaii on a very modest piece of nature. It's a patch of grass and a hedge, about 10 by 10 feet. But she found out there are anole lizards there. So this is how you hunt them. You get on the ground, you cover yourself with leaves and sticks so the anoles don't see you coming. And then you crawl very slowly toward the lizard. No smiling. This is serious business. You can wear your best dress, that's okay. But you sneak up on the lizard, you catch the lizard, put it in an aquarium, and there's your personal relationship with that piece of the natural world. Now, I don't know if Zoe's going to be crawling on the ground in her best dress the rest of her life catching lizards. But I guarantee she's going to remember doing that. And I also guarantee that that's going to help her be a good steward of the planet when she does grow up. If you want your kids to do more than catch lizards, get this book, Nature Play at Home by Nancy Stranisti. Dozens of examples of how to expose your kids right at home to that natural world. And if you want to join Homegrown National Park, go to our new website, homegrownnationalpark.org, and get yourself on the map. So we're over here. What you're doing is putting in your information of where you live and the amount of land that you have converted to that natural world. The amount of land that you take out of lawn or whatever, and put in those native plants. Then your little piece of your county is going to light up. And you'll see everybody else lights up too. You'll see who else is doing this, maybe create a social network. The object, of course, is to restore that 20 million acres. And when we're finished there, we'll go on to the rest of the country. But we're trying to reach beyond the choir. The choir doesn't need any encouragement, but so many people don't know anything about how important it is to get those plants back into the yard. So we're hoping that this stimulates it. We're up to 6,000 people on the map, and we're close to 1% of the 20 million acres. So got a little ways to go, but maybe you can help. All right, we're going to shrink the lawn. What plants are we going to put back in the area that was once lawn? Some of them have to be what I'm calling keystone plants. Remember what the Roman arch looked like? There's a Roman arch. The stone in the middle is called the keystone. And if you take the keystone out, the arch collapses. Well, I'm calling these keystone plants because they're making most of the food. If you take a keystone plant out of the food web collapses. Just 5% of our native plants are making 75% of that caterpillar food that drives those food webs. 14% of our native plants are making 90% of the caterpillar food that drives those food webs. So think of your yard. You're going to restore it now. So you're building an ecological house. The keystone plants are the 2x4s of that house. They're essential. The house will not stand up without them. You can't build a house out of wallpaper. But they're not the only thing you're going to put in your house, but they're just an essential part of it. And then you can add the other plants. So the question is no longer simply, are natives better than non-natives? On average, they certainly are, but there are a number of natives that don't contribute all that much. So let's focus on the ones that are most productive. And you just saw a whole bunch of them in your visits. They're certainly better than the ones that are just benign. And they're definitely better than the destructive invasive plants, those ones from Asia or wherever they're from that escape our gardens and become serious invasive species in our natural areas. An invasive species is ecologically castrating our natural areas. It's biological pollution. I get an email once in a while from somebody who says, don't I know that ginkgo bilobus from Asia actually grew in North America 7 million years ago? That makes them native. That means we can plant them and everything will be great. Well, yes, I do know that ginkgos grew in North America 7 million years ago. We can argue about whether that makes them native today, but I'm not going to have that argument because that's not the metric that we're going for anymore. It's not whether they're native or not. It's whether they're doing anything or not, whether they're productive. So I don't care if ginkgos grew on the moon 7 million years ago. They produce 0 species of caterpillars. which means they're there, they're occupying space, but they're not contributing to that food web. What is contributing? Oaks are the #1 keystone plant in terms of baking caterpillars in California, 271 species in California. It's actually over 950 species nationwide. In 84% of the counties of North America, oaks are contributing more food than anything else. And there's no other plant genus that comes close to that. This is an example of what keystone oaks in my yard are doing. And the numbers are a little bit dated here because I keep catching more moths. But when I had, remember I got 1,042 now, but when I had 1,029 species, I'll get to the butterflies one of these days. 905 of them had known host plants. So there were always 100 I didn't know what they're eating. Out of the 905, 266 species use oaks. And we've got 69 genera of native woody plants on our property. Only one of them is Quercus, the oaks. We've got hundreds of genera of herbaceous plants. So oaks represent less than 1.5% of our woody plant diversity and way less than 1% of our total plant diversity. But they're supporting, it's actually 30% of our moth species diversity. That's the role of a keystone plant. Imagine what would happen to the diversity at our house if we took keystone oaks away. How do you find out what the keystone plants are where you live? The very best source is Calscape. You know, the California Native Plant Society has created this wonderful tool. I wish every state had one as well. Where there's every species of native plant is geo-referenced in the state, so you can look at the map and know exactly what's growing there and know what's appropriate for where you are. The rest of the country, we've created something called Native Plant Finder from the National Wildlife Federation website. Put in your zip code and the ranked list of both the woody and herbaceous plants that are producing the most caterpillars will pop up for your county. Also working on a keystone pollinator plant list for all the bioregions, all the ecoregions in the country, and that will be up on the Native Plant Finder in the not too distant future as well. All right, we're going to shrink the lawn. We're going to put in keystone plants and attract a lot of insects to our yard, and then we're going to kill them with our security lights. And of course, it's not the goal. There's a lot of recent research, particularly from Europe, coming out, which convincingly suggests that light pollution at night, those lights we have on at night, are one of the major causes of insect decline. They kill insects by exhaustion. They fly around and around the light until they simply die. They collide with the light, they get incinerated, they die from dehydration. The bat comes and picks them off. Bright lights blind a lot of nocturnal insects, and it keeps them from doing what they're supposed to be doing. You know, to me, this is actually good news. We have to turn around this insect decline. I want to read a headline, insects increasing everywhere, because that is a must. And if this is one of the major causes of insect decline, it's one of the easiest ones to turn around. Just turn your lights off, a flick of a switch. How easy is that? But I know what you're going to say. Well, I can't turn the light off over my garage because the bad man will come. Or I put a motion sensor on it, so it only turns on when the bad man does come. And the first thing you're going to recognize is the bad man doesn't come very often. And if you don't want to do that, take the white bulb out, the white light. The mercury vapor bulb is the very worst. And put in a yellow bulb, particularly a yellow LED light. Yellow wavelengths are much less attractive to night insects as are those white wavelengths. So if we were to, let's go back. If we were to remove the white lights and put in yellow LED lights, overnight we could save billions of insects and also billions of dollars because we would be using a lot less energy. Fourth thing we need to do is to develop our landscapes in a way that allows caterpillars to complete their development. What do I mean by that? I live in Chester County, Pennsylvania, where oaks support 511 species of caterpillars. A few of them, like the polyphemus moth, complete their development on the tree. The caterpillar eats the leaves, it spins a cocoon and hangs from the tree, then it emerges as an adult and does it all again. I wish everything did that, but most species don't. 480 of those species, 94%, complete their growth on the tree, and then they drop from the tree and they wiggle their way beneath the soil if it's loose enough and pupate underground, or they spin a cocoon in the leaf litter that's under the tree. And I wish I wish everything did that, but look, there's no leaf litter under the tree. And you know, we do this everywhere. We you know, it's just manicured under there. We mow it, we trample it, we compact it so the soil is so hard the caterpillars can't get underneath and can't spin their cocoons. The way we landscape becomes an ecological trap. We put in those important plants, the moths come, lay their eggs, and the caterpillars drop down and die. And we do this everywhere. You know, this is what most people do. You have a big tree and a big lawn. Nobody's measured how well the caterpillars survive in a situation like that. But I guarantee they survive better in a situation like this, where you have a layered landscape. A big tree, maybe a, you know, a dogwood or an understory tree here, a native azalea, ferns, ground cover. Caterpillar drops down to a safe site. Nobody's going to mow it. Nobody's going to trample it. They can easily get underground because the soil's not compacted, and they can spin their cocoons in the leaf litter. Survivorship will be much higher. This is where you can do your you know, fancy ground covering. In the spring, it would be spring ephemerals in the east. This is how you shrink your lawn. You put beds around your trees instead of grass. These are all safe sites. And this is where you can use your ground cover. So where you are, you know, Yerba Buena, great ground cover, safe site. Nobody's going to squish those caterpillars in there. Another grad student, Desiree Narango's done some wonderful work with chickadees in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. And her results suggest that there is actually room for compromise in our plant choices, which I think is great news. She compared how well chickadee populations are sustained in landscapes dominated by native plants versus landscapes dominated by introduced ornamentals. And the first thing she found is that when they're dominated by introduced ornamentals, there's 75% fewer caterpillars. So right away, you reduce the amount of bird food by 75%. They were 60% less likely to have breeding chickadees at all. So there's nest boxes up in every yard, but the chickadees would come and look around and say, there's simply not enough food here. We're not going to try. If they did try, they laid 1.5 fewer eggs. Those clutches were 29% less likely to survive at all. If they did survive, they produced 1.2 fewer fledglings, and it took them 1.5 days longer to do that. And if we put all that into a population growth model as a function of the percentage of non-native woody plant biomass in the landscape. And the reason we're looking at woody plants is that that's where chickadees forage. This is what you get. This dotted line is replacement rate. That's the rate at which the population has to make babies to replace the adults that die every year. If you reproduce at this rate, you've got a sustainable population. It's not growing, but it's not shrinking. If you make more babies than adults die, you do have a growing population. But if you make fewer babies, if you're below this line, then you have a shrinking, unsustainable population. Well, right here, generously speaking, is where those lines overlap, which suggests you can have up to 30% of the non-native woody plant biomass in your yard, non-native, without destroying the food web that supports the chickadee and the other birds that are there as well. So this is the area of compromise. It means you can have up to 30% of your woody plant biomass, something that is really pretty, an accent or something, but it's non-native, without destroying the food web. As long as 70% of your landscape are those productive native plants. And that's good news to me, because if my message was you can't have any non-native plants, a lot of people would not listen. They love their non-native plants. Remember, it's not the presence of non-native plants that destroys food webs. It's the absence of native plants. If we increase the percentage of our native plants, we can tolerate more of these. Can native plants be used in formal designs? Of course they can. I just got this an email the other day, designed by Lynn O'Shaughnessy. Every plant in that, this is from a drone, by the way, that's a pretty big planting. Every plant in that design is a native plant. So formality is a function of the design. It's not a function of the plants in the design. Our native plants are used in formal designs in Europe every day. And I guess it's okay because they're non-native plants over there. Can we get a pollinator garden into a typical suburban yard like this without offending anybody? Of course we can. Just put a fence around it. It formalizes it. It shows that it's intentional. Yes, it's pretty, but it's functional. A number of species can use this. It's not very big, but if everybody did it, we'd be much better off. And let me just remind you why we need pollinators. You know, if you listen to the news, it says we need them because they pollinate 1/3 of our crops. It's actually 1/12 of our crops. But, you know, that makes people think if they don't live next to a farm, they don't need pollinators. They pollinate 80% of all plants and 90% of all flowering plants. If we lost our pollinators, we'd lose 80 to 90% of the plants on the planet. Not an option. Where do we need pollinators? Everywhere we need plants, which is everywhere. How about this? A Drew Latham design, you know, how much life is here versus here? Seems like a no-brainer. And of course, native asters, another Kathy Kramer shot here. Wonderful at supporting those pollinators, particularly later in the season. Can municipalities help us live with nature? Of course they can, and more are doing it. Minnesota was a leader in this. They had a cost-sharing program designed to encourage homeowners to replace some or all of their lawn with appropriate Minnesota native plantings. They call it lawn to legumes. Very successful, and they help you pay for it. Florida. There's an island off of Florida that is paying residents to allow burrowing owls to burrow in the front yard. This is the way the Endangered Species Act should have been written, with carrots rather than sticks. Rather than fining people if you've got an endangered species on your property, let's pay you to be a good steward of it. Everybody would want one. Missouri and Fayetteville, Arkansas have a bounty on calorie pears, one of the most invasive ornamentals that you could put in your yard in the East. If you take out a calorie pear, you get a free tree replacement. And even public utilities are getting in the act. $100 coupons to put in water efficient plants in San Antonio, Texas, instead of the thirsty ornamentals. And of course, the great lawn replacement programs in California, up to $2 per square foot rebate by replacing that thirsty lawn with appropriate xeric plantings. I think we've made 3 missteps in the early years of conservation. And the first one is this. We like nature. Some of us even think it's important, but very few of us think it's essential, which means when push comes to shove, when resources are in short supply, nature loses. You know, the Congress has classified the National Park Service budget as non-essential. And the entire national park budget is equal to 1 B-1 bomber. So obviously, we don't think it's very essential. I went to the Cincinnati Zoo before the virus broke out, and there was this wall-sized poster there that epitomizes, I think, what our society's view of conservation is. We're going to save wildlife for future generations so they can come and enjoy it. It was Teddy Roosevelt's reasoning for creating the national park system. These are magnificent places. We want future generations to be able to see them. That's true, but it suggests again that nature's there just for our entertainment, which is not essential. We need to save nature so that we have future generations. It's a little bit more urgent. Second misstep is that we've assumed that humans and nature cannot coexist. We talked about this a little bit, but if we restrict conservation efforts just to the untouched areas of the globe, we're going to lose. We're going to fail because those areas are too small and too isolated from other areas to sustain the amount of nature that we need to support us. David Quammen has an excellent analogy between a Persian rug and an ecosystem. This is a functional Persian rug. That is not 71 Persian rugs. That's 71 rug fragments, none of which are acting like a Persian rug. And that's what we've done to our ecosystems. The UN designates biosphere reserves as places of ecological significance. But I hate that language because it suggests they're places on planet Earth with no ecological significance. Not so. Every square inch of the planet has ecological significance, including our yards, including our corporate landscapes, including our roadsides, all of it. So we have to glue our rug back together again by putting those powerhouse plants back into our lives. We're not just going to build biological corridors so that plants and animals can move back and forth between viable habitat. We're going to make viable habitat where we live, work, play, and to a lesser extent where we farm. In other words, we're going to start to share our spaces with nature. We're going to coexist. Our third misstep is to leave Earth stewardship to just a few specialists, a few conservation biologists, few ecologists. We didn't see it as an inherent responsibility of everybody on the planet. But I don't know why, because everybody on the planet depends entirely on the quality of Earth's ecosystems. So why wouldn't everybody be responsible for good Earth stewardship? Stan Rushworth, a Cherokee elder, once said, the Western settler mindset is, I have rights. The mindset of indigenous people is, I have obligations. You're not born with these rights mindsets, you're taught them. And we're good at teaching this one. We have been terrible at teaching our kids and our peers about our obligations to the only planet that we have. It doesn't mean you have to save biodiversity for a living, although it is a good living, but you can save it where you live. And if you do, it empowers you. So many of us feel, powerless these days. The Earth's problems are so big, there's nothing one person can do. But as you saw today, there's plenty of things one person can do. You can shrink your lawn, you can put in your keystone plants, you can get rid of your invasive species, and you can support pollinators. One person can do all that, and then you watch that ecosystem happen right in your yard. It makes you an important cog in the future wheel of conservation, and it also shrinks the problem down to something that's manageable for each one of us. Don't think about the entire planet's problems. You will get depressed if you do that. Just think of your little piece of the earth. If you own property, that's obvious. That's where you're going to focus. If you don't own property, help somebody who does. Help a land conservancy, help a park or preserve. They're all underfunded, they're all understaffed, they will love you. So as property owners or as volunteers, each one of us has the power, and we certainly have the responsibility to fix dead landscapes like this. Whether or not we decide to do so is going to determine nature's fate and ultimately our own fate. So I think I've convinced my grandkids that you are nature's best hope. I hope I've convinced you as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Professor Tallamy. That was amazing. I hope everybody is as inspired as I am right now. I know we started a little late and we're kind of coming to the end of the weekend, but I wonder if you'd have time just for one or two questions.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, so everybody use the Q&A function.
Have to be easy questions.
Just a couple easy questions.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, here's a question that is one that I've thought about a lot in my role at Theodore Payne Foundation, which is how do we influence the big industry that this is an important thing to focus on? Because that, right now it's mostly niche, smaller nurseries, Theodore Payne Foundation being one of the biggest nurseries specializing in native plants. You can't really find them in the big box stores.
Yeah, well, money influences industry. So convincing them there's a market, and it's a growing market. It really is. That's what you said. We can't find them. There are a lot of people looking for them, and if they can realize there is a market there and figure out how to regionalize it, they will take advantage. And there are some people, working on that. So I'm not just talking about the big box stores, but the big guys, Walmart and some of the big oil companies have made pledges. We're gonna be green, and by 2030, Walmart's gonna save so much. I can't remember what the figures are. We got to take advantage of it, even if it's greenwashing. It's a lot of money that can help us get to our goals. So direct them in a positive way. And we're on a roll now. President Biden has this 30-30 goal. We're going to preserve 30% of the country by 2030. If we can convince him we need to do conservation outside of the parks and the preserves as well, because 30% is not enough, but we can still do conservation outside, and get everybody on board going in the same direction. That includes the big industries. We can do it. We can do it.
I think it's helping to guide those industries towards a decentralized model as well, because of course this is very regionally specific, but so it'll be an interesting conversation to see how that all unfolds.
We have to give them a mechanism for doing that. That's right.
Yeah, we started this weekend with a panel discussion about visions for the future and how this all might play out, and decentralization was a theme that we kept repeating. This one's a little related to that last one. How would you go about convincing local government, local planning commissions?
That's actually easier.
Okay.
Because particularly if they're elected officials, they want to be elected again. So we have to convince them that this is what the public wants. I left out several of those municipality initiatives. Pennsylvania has a big lawn conversion program. You get $5,000 per acre to convert your yard. And the motivation wasn't to save biodiversity, it was to improve watersheds, but I don't care what the motivation is. Pennsylvania is not rolling in money, and they came up with this program anyway, because they recognize that it's important. It's elected officials that recognize it's important. So the headlines are helping. when you read, we just lost 3 billion birds, a lot of people are concerned about that. And those people vote. I was surprised. I got emails from all over the country when the insect apocalypse headline came out. I didn't think anybody cared about insects, but they do care. These people vote. And so, you know, the people they vote for, they will do whatever the people want, as long as they think it's going to influence whether or not they have a job again after the next election. So we have to be more vocal, is what I'm saying, about what our true wishes are.
Definitely. I'm seeing a lot of questions coming through about keystone plants for LA. I don't know if you want to take that, or we've been seeing a lot of them all weekend, obviously.
Calscape, you know, go to Calscape.
We've talked about coast live oak a lot. We've talked about toyon. We've talked about the coastal sage scrub plants that you just see out on the hiking trail in remnant wildlands. That's a really good thing to do, is just find nature and look what's out there.
You know, I have a question, because I tuned in and I'd missed it, but I heard that you said oaks are good fire breaks or fire. Tell me about that. I need to know about that.
Erin, do you want to field that question?
Sure. Yeah. So with the wildfires here, most of the fires that happen and damage homes come from the embers that are flying, you know, up to a mile ahead of the wildfires. And so a lot of our oaks are evergreen. And so they just kind of create a huge net to capture those embers that could be coming through and squash them. So they're just like a giant ember
very
squashing.
cool.
Yeah.
All right, great. Because I get that question, you know, what about the fires? And I've always punted it, but now. Okay, good.
I have a question that, you know, you've been doing this for a while. What have you seen in terms of like the public consciousness? Where has it gone from when you started to where we are now?
It's awakening. When I wrote Bringing Nature Home, I didn't think anybody would read it. It was just kind of this fun exercise. Well, the timing was right, accidentally. You know, it was totally accidentally, but the public was ready. And it's snowballed since then. You know, people say, oh, this changed my life. Changed my life. I mean, I don't have time for anything else now. But, you know, it shows the public is ready for this. But there wasn't a lot of knowledge out there. I mean, people thought plants were decoration. They didn't know they had any ecological role. Unfortunately, because of our school system, and I think it's changing a little bit now, but we were raised with an ecological IQ of about a 1 on a scale of 1 to 10. So, you know, we're not stupid, we're just never taught, and just never talked about in the papers or anything else. So of course, people don't understand just the very basics of what keeps us alive on this planet. That's changing. So I've seen a lot of movement there. And believe me, you know, I look at my email every day, and everybody's showing, we're doing this here, we're doing this here. It's exploding. So I've definitely seen the needle move. I think we're going to reach a threshold in our society, in our culture, where it actually becomes close to the norm, so much so that the diehards will start to do it simply because they don't want to stick out. They want to be like their neighbors. Right now, everybody's landscaping in the same cookie cutter way so that they can be like their neighbors. I also want to create an industry that doesn't really exist now. We'll call them ecological landscapers or ecological gardeners, so that you can hire somebody, because most people don't garden. They're busy. They're doing their digital life. So right now they hire a lawn service or a tree service. I want those people to be able to do what we're talking about, so that you don't even have to worry about it. You don't have to give it a second thought. Yeah, and there are, you know, signs that we have companies like that. We've had them on all weekend. So good. The vision is there. I mean, we've been having this sort of visionary perspective to this whole weekend, and the examples are already there. We just need to scale them up. There are companies who scale them up. Exactly. Max with Saturate, if he's still on, that's what they specialize in: ecological landscaping in the urban environment here in Excellent. So many questions. We could talk for hours. Whenever you want to stop. Yeah. My wife's actually visiting the grandkids, so I'm a bachelor here. I can. Okay. Well, in that case, let's see. We have a question about
the neighbors. And I think what you just said is something that I always bring up is like, this should be like recycling. Like if you throw your aluminum cans in the landfill, you're just insane. And if you don't have any native plants in your residential yard, like that's crazy. So we're on that trajectory of getting there. But right now, where we are in this moment, when conventional still is the standard, what would you tell your neighbor? How would you convince them?
I wouldn't tell them anything. I would create a landscape that is so attractive that they want to do it themselves. I wouldn't say, hey, I'm going to make an ugly mess next to you and I hope you tolerate it. That's not what we're doing here. So we have to use cues for care. We've got to be socially conscious so we don't tweak it. We're not trying to go against the grain. We are trying to go against the grain, but we want to do it in a popular way. So particularly in the front yard, people always talk about backyard habitat, which I hate because it does imply that what we're talking about is so ugly we have to hide it in the backyard. I do want front yard habitat too, but we, be a little bit more conservative there. If you're going to have that patch of grass, that's the place to do it. Lawn can be a real cue for care. One mower's width around a planting shows it's intentional. You haven't moved out. And it can be done. I mean, look at the beautiful gardens you saw today. So just do it, let it happen. We don't want to do it in a way where you were fined by your HOA because you've just violated all the rules. We need to infiltrate our HOAs, by the way, join them and change those rules. Those rules were made in the 70s. They're outdated. There's no ecological basis to them. It was all about status. So status is going to change a little bit. And believe me, I'm getting emails about that too, how it works. I changed everything on my HOA. Great. Okay. We just have to do it a little bit more aggressively.
I see Carol is still on, Carol Bornstein. We did an HOA this spring, which was really fun and kind of a new thing. Aaron did a lot of work on that HOA project as well. But actually the great thing about that, going back to neighbors, is we did an HOA installation. They took out a bunch of lawn, put in a big, large native plant installation. And then the HOA over was like, hey, would you guys be interested in doing that for us too? So
there you go.
it is spreading.
Yeah.
Well, it's amazing to me how much of this is going back to the things that we discussed on Friday night. The idea that there is a cultural shift underway, that we need to embrace that. Meeting it with kindness. I see people bringing up some of the words that David Gottschall of Terremoto Landscape brought up: desire over charity, coming at this with love, with openness, and just showing people how beautiful it can be. So Professor,
from the little bit I heard when I came on, and of course I wasn't here for 3 days, I was saying to myself, this group does not need to hear me. you are already there, so.
No,
we've learned so much from you over the years, and even today, I've learned so many new things. I was texting things to my husband, change all of the outdoor lights to yellow.
Oh, there you go. That is an important one. Yeah.
Well, and a lot of us are warriors that have been in the trenches a long time, and we need our batteries recharged as well. So I thank you for that. I think the other thing that I'll just throw in from a California perspective is having grown up in the Midwest. There were 5 or 6 months of winter where we didn't expect our gardens to do much when they were buried in snow. And out here, it's 365, 12 months of the year. And so there is this level of expectation that I'm not going to say it's unrealistic. It's just, it needs to be looked at from a different lens, and changing the aesthetic expectations of what we have of our gardens, and redefining what beauty is. And just the wildlife attributes, of course, add their own very substantial beauty component. But if there's a lot of other variables here that we have to confront in California because of the fact that our gardens are in front of us all year long.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah, actually, that leads beautifully into kind of wrapping up. The theme of the tour is the changing of the seasons. And so we've shown winter, we've shown the explosion of growth in the springtime. We're going to be back, not with quite as detailed a footage because we just can't do that again. It was an amazing mountain of work. But we are going to go back and showcase these gardens as they look in July, August, September. And we need to be okay with that dormancy phase. I also am from the East. I grew up in New England. I wasn't expecting my sugar maples to have leaves on them in the middle of January. And you should be, if you're in a place where it's safe to have, let your plants go dormant and be dry, we encourage that because it saves water and it also.
You're just changing dormancy seasons. Instead of dormancy in the winter, you got dormancy in the summer. That's the way it is.
Yep, this is where we live, and it's actually very beautiful seeing the.
But we've also imported water that would not have been here, and that was a huge game changer, especially in Southern California.
Yeah.
If we hadn't done that, our landscapes would be wildly different, and of course, there would be not nearly as many of us. But living in this part of the country.
So everyone embrace their seasons, embrace their keystone species. I want to thank Professor Doug Tallamy. There's links to all of his books in the chat. I recommend buying all of them. And there's websites and hopefully we'll get you out to California at some time again when travel is normal and safe.
Yeah, I'm vaccinated.
Okay, cool. The world is opening back up, so it's really an honor to have you. And thank you so much for being here and spending this home.
Thank you.
And Carol, thank you for the introduction. We'll see you soon.
You're welcome.
Also buy Carol's book as well. Carol wrote the kind of seminal Bible of California native plant gardening.
Wonderful.
And the garden co-written with a great team of Bart O'Brien and David Frost. Wonderful book. So thank you guys for being here. And thank you all out there watching. This has been an honor. This is like something that I'll remember for the rest of my life. I hope this is the end of the pandemic and this is how we end with this beautiful moment of inspiration. Erin, we did it. We made it to the end. We're still alive.
Thank you to our families. It's been amazing. It's been absolutely amazing. And
great job, you guys.
Thanks, Carol.
So I'd like to take a few minutes to thank the people who made this possible as we kind of wrap up here, and I have a few closing thoughts. So if you can stick around, wonderful. If not, thanks for coming. But Erin, maybe you can start to thank, we'll just kind of tag team this. Let's start with the visual mastermind who I hope is watching.
Marie, can we bring you on camera?
Right, I'll try.
I'm bringing her on. I'm at Marie's house. She has been
here. Oh, you want to come on?
Yes. Here we go, guys.
Here she is.
Everybody, virtual round of applause. Marie Ashley Gonzalez masterminded this incredible production. I don't know how many hours of footage we shot and edited, but it was a lot.
Countless. All words say hummingbird sage, 20 hours alone. That's right.
It was the professionalism that she brought to this project was just amazing, and I'm so proud of it, and it was so fun. It was definitely stressful at times, but we made it at the 11th hour. We were editing until 5 in the morning on Friday night.
Until this morning, actually.
Until this morning, so it was under the wire, but this is all going to live forever. We have all this content now. We're going to be pushing in new directions with exploring these gardens and these stories with video. Marie has been just such a creative force behind all of this.
And I learned so much. I actually learned so much through all of you guys, through you, Evan. You've been amazing. I mean, Erin is my partner in crime. I just love her to death. So I've learned a whole lot about native plants and habitat and the environment. It's been amazing for me.
Yeah, when we started, Marie was still kind of in the learning phase of native plants, and by the end, we'd be zooming in on something, and she'd be like, "Wait, that deer grass should have been pruned by now, don't you think?"
Very true. You brought a whole new world to TPF, and we're so happy that you're here. Thank you, and thank you guys. It's been great.
Thank you. Big shout out to our editors, Vaughn Kirby and Bruce Guido. Two editors. Bruce kind of sent us home, and he was the one who stayed up until wee hours of the morning every night this past week. So thank you, Bruce. Beautiful editing. We got our technical team down here, Andrew Chavez and Scott Scher. We're all at Andrew's house, actually, where we've been broadcasting from. And these guys have been keeping it running. We didn't really have any major technical meltdowns, so thank you guys.
Thank you.
We have Katie Tilford, who has been running the chat and has been incredibly instrumental in pulling this off. She came in kind of when we were in the thick of things and switched her job from working in the sales yard to working with me. And I'm very glad that happened, because I don't know if we would have gotten this done without you being part of the team, Katie. So many thanks. I want to thank our members, our donors who made this possible. Those resources were essential in pulling this off. Our board of directors challenge is ongoing. $58,000 to be matched if you can support us through a tax-deductible donation. We can do more events like this, more programming. I want to thank you to everyone who watched. I want to thank our sponsors. They're all listed on our website. The Gottlieb Native Garden and LA Native Plant Source Gardens are our oak tier sponsors, our highest level sponsors, who really made this possible. And I want to thank all of the homeowners who opened their houses, multiple shoots. At the beginning of the shooting was January. It was before anyone was vaccinated, and we had, we were all wearing masks and gloves, and it was just a total pandemic moment. But thank you guys for opening up and sharing your beautiful gardens and beautiful spaces. And then I think that brings me to Erin, co-host. Thank you, Erin.
Thank you, Evan. This vision would not have been possible if you hadn't let us run with it and pushed us to go big. It was amazing. Thank you for driving the bus, taking us here. It's been so exciting. And over the years, it's been more than 600 gardens on this tour, and I've been driving past them just throughout the travels in the past few weeks, and it's amazing to see those gardens establishing so many amazing gardens. We can't wait to come back and see those next year, and also to see those little orange Theodore Payne tags popping up in new gardens of people taking out lawn. And so
one of the most exciting things I see is when I'm walking around a neighborhood and I see a Theodore Payne tag. A ceanothus growing, and that's so exciting. As Erin brought up, we did 8 gardens this year. With the way that we produced this, that was actually a giant task, and we wish we could have done more. We're so sorry we couldn't get to many more gardens, because there's so many. Our panelists and speakers were all amazing. Thank you to them. We wish we could have brought more voices on. This is just a little snippet of a really diverse, broad community. And so thank you, Erin, most of all, Erin and Marie, who have been there since the very beginning, kind of brainstorming and conceptualizing this thing. I'm just thinking back right now to sitting under the pergola at TPF with a notebook and being like, oh yeah, I was like, that seems doable. And Marie was kind of looking at me with a look like, oh, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, this will be fine. I had no idea what we were getting.
5 gardens. I just like, we'll just stretch us a little far. We did it. That's the important thing.
So thank you, everyone. A couple parting words, and they're similar to the words I started out with, which is that this is fun. It's exciting. It's something to just have joy in your life, to bring a garden, build a garden at home. It's just a fun thing. But there's a deeper meaning, as we've been getting to, and that meaning Professor Tallamy brought to us so eloquently, which is that it's a choice to become part of nature, because we are part of nature no matter what. We are part of our environment. We can choose to make our environment sterile, and that means the environment will be sterile. Or we can choose to build it and to create a web of life and ecological interaction in our environment. So we are part of the environment no matter what. We are part of ecology no matter what. And we need to rearrange the way we think about our place on the world to understand that, to embrace that, to restore that. That is already happening. We are showing that visionary landscape as it exists now and needs to grow for the future of our planet. So thank you, everyone. We'll be back in person soon. I know that there are some things that will be coming online at Theodore Payne Foundation in person with all the proper safety protocols. So stay tuned, check out our website, theodorepayne.org for details. The nursery is open. We'll still be doing online classes. It's an honor to have you all here this weekend. Thank you. Have a great rest of your spring, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.